Rules Committee be in order. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Tonight we're going to consider H.R. 7, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortions Act. This important piece of legislation reaffirms our nation's long-held policy of prohibiting the federal funding of abortion, except in cases of rape, incest, and when the mother's life is in jeopardy. Recent statistics show that over 60% of Americans oppose the federal funding of abortions procedures. Today, the Rules Committee has the opportunity to join them in supporting a prohibition of the federal government's involvement in the practice of abortion. I want to thank the witnesses who are here today. They represent among the finest content of the House of Representatives, and I'm glad that they are here and welcome their testimony. I've spoken with our ranking member, Mrs. Slaughter, who did not wish to have an opening statement at this time, and thus we would welcome from the Energy and Commerce Committee the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Mrs. Blackburn, gentlewoman from Colorado, Mrs. DeGette, if you'll please take your places here at the table. We also welcome from Judiciary Mr. Goodlatte, the chairman, who will be here shortly, Mr. Nadler. We welcome you, sir, and the author of the bill, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Chris Smith. As always, anything you have in writing will be entered into the record without objection. That is accepted, and also to the extent that you're able to effectively communicate your ideas in a period of time that allows this committee to continue its work. We appreciate that, with the knowledge that the chairman of the committee, Mr. Goodlatte, is not here yet. Thank you very much, and we welcome each of you, and we would first choose to go to the gentleman, the author of the bill, Mr. Smith. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Slaughter. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. H.R. 7, Mr. Chairman, seeks to accomplish three goals: make the Hyde Amendment and other current funding prohibitions permanent. And I would note parenthetically that just a few weeks ago we passed, and just about everybody in this room, including my distinguished friends on the other side of the aisle, all voted for each of the riders that would be made permanent in Title I. So it's verbatim. Number two, ensure that the Affordable Care Act faithfully conforms with the Hyde Amendment as promised by the President. And three, provide full disclosure, transparency, and the prominent display of the extent to which any health insurance plan on the exchange funds abortion. I point out to my colleagues that on March 24, 2010, President Obama issued an executive order that said the Affordable Care Act, quote, maintains current Hyde Amendment restrictions governing abortion policy and extends those restrictions to the newly created health insurance exchanges. As I think many of my colleagues know, the Hyde Amendment has two basic principles. One, it not only prohibits direct funding for abortion, but secondly, it bans funding for insurance plans that include abortion except in the cases of rape, incest, or to save the life of the mother. We now know that the Hyde Amendment principles have not been extended to the newly created health care exchanges. In a majority of the cases, they do now include elective abortion, and that is the insurance plans. We've also learned, and this is what the amendment, what is new in terms of what we're asking be made in order, would provide transparency and hopefully the ability for men and women as they choose a plan to know whether or not abortion is in or out of the health care exchange provided insurance plan that they seek to buy. However, we do know that every single Obamacare plan in Connecticut and Rhode Island includes abortion on demand. In my own state of New Jersey, my staff and I have learned after a great deal of work and phone calls that of the 31 plans offered in the state, at least 14 subsidize abortion on demand, and none of the plans make this information available to the consumer shopping online. I would note also that in our own plans that you and I, perhaps those who are part of Obamacare now, and I know I am, I know many of you are, we looked and looked and looked for weeks and could not determine which plans included it or excluded it. We made phone calls, we asked the Speaker and others to find out what are they. What came back after all of that due diligence was that of the 112 plans that are offered to members of Congress and staff, 103 provide abortion on demand. Only 9 provide for abortions only in the cases of rape, incest, and life of the mother. Similar things are happening all over the country in state after state. People just cannot find out what is included in their plan relevant to the abortion issue. Let me also say that the part taking abortion out of Obamacare would go into effect beginning January 1st, 2015. When we originally introduced the bill, we were still leading up to the launch and then actually the plans being offered on the exchange. They are now offered. So the next plan year would be 2015, January 1st. That's when the effective date would be made, would kick in. As you said, Mr. Chairman, a moment ago, a huge majority of Americans, well over 60%, some put it as high as 70%, say that American people, with women polling even higher than men, do not want their funding being used in any way, shape for abortion, except in cases of rape, incest, and life of the mother. And that's exactly what we do with this legislation. I just note parenthetically that the Hyde Amendment probably has saved well over 1 million lives. The advocates of abortion side have suggested that about 1/4 of the women who would otherwise get abortions don't when it's not subsidized. And when you calculate that out, the Hyde Amendment, in effect since the latter part of the 70s and certainly changed in 1993 when rape incest was added to it, has saved well in excess of 1 million lives. So we believe H.R. 7 will save lives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Smith, thank you very much for not only bringing this piece of legislation, but for your detailed and providing this committee overview of the circumstance behind that. I've now deferred to the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Mrs. Blackburn. Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do join Mr. Smith today to speak in support of H.R. 7, and I want to commend him for the excellent work that he has done. And as he said, it does establish a permanent government-wide prohibition on taxpayer subsidies for abortion. The bill is necessary because of the President's health care law and its attack on the long-standing protection of taxpayer dollars. For example, the health care law's premium subsidies can be used to purchase coverage on exchanges that include coverage of abortion. The ACA breaks with the tradition of the Hyde Amendment, as Mr. Smith has mentioned, which has ensured that federal dollars do not subsidize plans that cover abortion. The bill before us would simply codify the Hyde Amendment so it applies across the federal government. Consumers should also have the right to know whether the plan they are selecting on an exchange includes abortion coverage. While the ACA included a requirement to notify individuals whether abortion coverage is included as part of the summary of benefits and coverage explanation, many of our constituents are simply unable to find out whether a plan is paying for abortions. Furthermore, Secretary Sebelius committed in testimony before the Energy and Commerce Committee in October to provide a full and complete list of plans providing abortion coverage. She was asked again to provide this list in December. Yet, here we are still waiting. We still do not have that list from the Secretary. The self-appointed most transparent administration in history, their term, is simply unwilling or either they're unable to comply with this request. This is why we have added provisions of the Abortion Insurance Full Disclosure Act to ensure Americans have the right to know. They have the right to know whether plans on the exchange are providing abortion coverage. This bill is about protecting taxpayer dollars and ensuring we have little transparency under the ACA. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back my time.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Blackburn. Your careful and thoughtful analysis of this is appreciated. We now welcome the gentlewoman also from the Energy and Commerce Committee, gentlewoman from Denver, Colorado. Welcome. Gentlewoman's recognized. I need you to push that little button and pull that closer to you. And by
I'm
the way,
sorry, because I would like everyone to hear what I said.
And you
Denver,
may have
Colorado,
favorable
home
weather.
Of the AFC Denver champion Denver Broncos. So, Denver, Colorado, home of the AFC champion Denver Broncos. Home of who? Thank you very much. I'd like to
if gentlewoman will spend just a moment, please. If I could advise the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Goodlatte, that this chair right there is set aside for him. Thank you very much. Welcome. Gentlewoman is now.
Chairman, I'd like to turn to a much more serious subject now, and that's the subject of this piece of legislation, H.R. 7. I'm extremely disappointed that we're here debating this bill. It's called the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, but in fact it has nothing to do with taxpayers and everything to do with chipping away at women's full rights to reproductive health. Now, I'd like to state the facts, because sometimes I think in our zeal for the principles that we hold, we sometimes forget about the facts. And here are the facts. There is currently no federal taxpayer funding for abortion. Let me say that again. There's currently no taxpayer funding for abortion, even under the Affordable Care Act. Now, in the annual appropriations bills, in the omnibus bill this body just passed a few weeks ago, there is the Hyde Amendment. It's been in law for some decades now. Some of us don't like the Hyde Amendment, and we would like to repeal the Hyde Amendment. But it's an annual rider on the appropriations laws. And here's what the Hyde Amendment says. The Hyde Amendment says that there shall be no taxpayer funding for abortions. And indeed, for all these decades, that has been so. But that's not what this bill does. First of all, the Affordable Care Act does not change the Hyde Amendment. It does not provide any taxpayer funding for abortions. The law contains a hard-fought compromise that guarantees that the tax credits made available through the exchanges are segregated out for plans that cover certain women's health benefits. And I'm frankly a little disappointed that neither the sponsor of the bill nor my esteemed colleague on the Energy and Commerce Committee made mention of this fact. And so even though people are allowed to use their own private money to buy plans that have a full range of women's health on the exchanges, if they do receive a subsidy, that subsidy is segregated out. And so, let me say again, under the Affordable Care Act, there is no public money being spent for abortions. Instead, what this bill does, as we said at the time the Affordable Care Act was passed, it goes far, far beyond current law. What it says is women and men who choose, families who choose to purchase private insurance through the exchanges with their own private dollars cannot obtain this important coverage if they want it. It says that small businesses cannot get tax credits if they choose to use their own private dollars to purchase private insurance that covers these benefits. And the bill says that women in the District of Columbia will not have the same right to access health services as women in other states throughout this country. As I've said again, this is far, far beyond current law, and it's an obvious step towards banning private health insurance coverage of key women's health benefits. Now, I would say that, that we need to look at the facts. We need to look at what this bill does. We've fought this bill before, and we compromised. We're not going to compromise again. This is a poor choice of effort for the Congress right now, when we still have so many people unemployed, when we need to pass so many pieces of legislation. And this is a very poor idea on this committee's part and on the U.S. House of Representatives' part. I would urge this committee to reject this legislation.
Diane, thank you very much for being here today and for your quick and purposeful words. I now would yield and acknowledge the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, who represents Judiciary Committee, and then we will go to the chairman, Mr. Goodlatch. Gentlemen, Mr. Nadler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today the committee has before it H.R. 7, a bill that addresses the completely fictitious claim that legislation is needed to prevent federal funding of abortion services. Congress, unfortunately, already prohibits federal funding of abortion and has done so for more than 30 years, as some of my colleagues have noted. Many of us disagree with that decision, but regardless, there's no real need for this bill, at least not to prevent federal funding for abortion. Nor is the bill simply an effort to codify existing law. H.R. 7 modifies and extends current funding restrictions in the Hyde Amendment that are limited in time and scope without any effort to determine how such a sweeping and permanent expansion would impact American women and their families. If this were all, that would be ample reason to oppose it. But H.R. 7 actually goes much further. For the first time ever, anti-choice lawmakers are using the federal tax code in this bill to penalize the purchase of insurance that covers abortion in certain circumstances. These penalties would apply when women and businesses use their own money. Let me repeat that, their own money, not federal funds, to purchase insurance that covers abortion. In particular, H.R. 7 penalizes income-eligible women who purchase insurance under the Affordable Care Act by denying them the tax credits they are entitled to under the Affordable Care Act if the insurance they purchase covers abortion. It similarly denies small businesses the tax credits they're entitled to under the Affordable Care Act if the insurance they offer their employees includes abortion. The principle here established in this bill, is that a tax credit is federal funding and thus is federal funding of abortion and should be denied. This is a very new principle. If we adopt this new principle, that granting tax relief is in fact federal funding, then how can tax exemptions for churches not be considered federal funding? And how can federal tax exemptions for churches, which are then federal funding, not violate the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment? There's no good answer to that question. Tax relief, tax exemptions have never been considered funding, because if we were to consider them funding, then we'd have to deny them to any religious institution, because that would violate the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment. I warn my colleagues, do not go down this road, because we should be very careful when we establish this new principle and worry what the courts may do with it a few years down the road. This is a brand new principle we have never done in this country before. We have never asserted in any way that a tax credit or a tax exemption is funding. If we establish that principle, if we proclaim that principle, we're treading onto various dangerous grounds, and I would assume our colleagues in the churches and synagogues may have some concerns, or should have some concerns. Some additional tax penalties were in the bill when it was considered by the House Judiciary Committee. Those were removed, and we now have new provisions that have never been considered by any committee. We have no idea who made these changes, in what body they were considered, who voted on them, or why they were made. But they demonstrate the fiction and hypocrisy that underlies the bill. This bill, unlike the version considered in the Judiciary Committee, no longer denies women who pay for abortion out of pocket the ability to claim those expenses as deductible medical expenses. And this version no longer taxes women when they use money they have set aside in flexible savings accounts or health savings accounts for abortion services. We welcome the removal of those tax penalty provisions, but these changes are not nearly enough. This version, unlike the bill considered by the House Judiciary Committee, also adds a notice requirement that furthers the false assertion that policyholders will be forced to pay a so-called abortion surcharge if they are in a plan that covers abortion. Existing law already requires plans to disclose to consumers whether a policy includes abortion. No further notice is necessary, and there's no surcharge for this coverage, as the new notice provision falsely suggests. The Affordable Care Act requires participating insurance plans to segregate monies for abortion services from all other funds, a measure my anti-choice colleagues insisted was necessary to prevent federal funding of abortion. That's in the bill, in the law rather. The segregation of a private dollar contribution of at least $1 a month is not a surcharge, but merely a segregation of the premium. The new notice provision requires insurance companies to lie to consumers, to mislead them into mistakenly believing that they are paying a separate additional charge for coverage of abortion, and they would pay a lesser premium for insurance if it did not cover abortion. Before members of the House are called to vote on this far-reaching bill, they should be given a fair opportunity to amend and understand it. I therefore urge this committee to adopt an open rule for consideration of H.R. 7. I have filed an amendment, as have many of my colleagues, that I hope the House will have the opportunity to consider that would serve women instead of harming them. The amendment would strike the language of this bill in its entirety and replace it with the language of H.R. 1975, the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, which would ensure that pregnant women receive simple adjustments that will keep them able to work and to support their families while maintaining healthy pregnancies. Unlike H.R. 7, which undermines the right of women to use their own money to make private legal health care choices, my bill would provide women with the legal protections they need to have a healthy pregnancy and care for their families. That is something we should all be able to agree on. So in conclusion, I urge you to adopt an open rule. I also ask unanimous consent that the statement of my colleague, the gentleman from Michigan and ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, John Conyers, be admitted into the record.
Without objection, we will accept the former chairman's.
Thank you. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Mr. Nadler, being here very much. I note that and am aware of and would provide information to the committee. The gentlewoman, Mrs. Blackburn, advised me she has a short and limited time to be here, and I do recognize she will need to leave whenever she does, and also recognize that we're going to go next to the gentleman, Chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and then we would, if Mrs. Blackburn has time to stick around, we'll go to questions of her first. Gentleman from Virginia, Chairman of the Committee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify about H.R. 7 here today, introduced by my colleague, Mr. Smith of New Jersey, and passed out of the House Judiciary Committee. However stark Americans' differences of opinion can be on the matter of abortion generally, there has been long bipartisan agreement that federal taxpayer funds should not be used to destroy innocent life. The Hyde Amendment, named for its chief sponsor, former House Judiciary Committee Chairman Henry Hyde, has prohibited the federal funding of abortion since 1976, when it passed a House and Senate that was composed overwhelmingly of Democratic members. It has been renewed each appropriation cycle with few changes for over 35 years. Supported by Congresses controlled by both parties and presidents from both parties, it is probably the most bipartisan pro-life proposal sustained over a longer period of time than any other. Just last week, a Marist landline and cell phone poll of over 2,000 adults found that 58% of those surveyed opposed or strongly opposed using any taxpayer dollars for abortions. It is time the Hyde Amendment was codified in the United States Code. H.R. 7, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, sponsored by Representative Smith, would do just that. It would codify the two core principles of the Hyde Amendment throughout the operations of the federal government, namely a ban on federal funding for abortions and a ban on the use of federal funds for health benefits coverage that includes coverage of abortion. During the time the Hyde Amendment has been in place, probably millions and millions of innocent children and their mothers have been spared the horrors of abortion. The Congressional Budget Office has estimated that the Hyde Amendment has led to as many as 675,000 fewer abortions each year. Let that sink in for a few precious moments. The policy we will be discussing today has likely given America the gift of millions more children and consequently millions more mothers and millions more fathers, millions more lifetimes and trillions more loving gestures and human gifts in all their diverse forms. What a stunningly wonderful legacy. I would ask the committee to report a rule that will allow us to bring this legislation to codify the Hyde Amendment to the floor of the House, and I thank the chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Without objection, whatever you have in written form be entered into the testimony. I want to thank all five of you for being here with the knowledge that Mrs. Blackburn has now had to depart, and I want to say to you that I strongly support that we should not use taxpayer funds for abortion. I represent a district that has diverse views, and we're not necessarily in every view about the high-level discussion, but the use of taxpayer dollars for this is something that I think has general support, and thus I support the bill, and I appreciate Mr. Smith being here today, as well as the chairman. Mrs. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I appreciate our colleagues being here. I particularly appreciate the work of Congressman Smith and Goodlatte on this issue. I don't have a lot of questions, but I want to get a couple of things clarified. First of all, does this bill ban abortion?
No, absolutely not. It continues the requirement that there be no taxpayer subsidies of abortions, and that's been true for 35 years.
And does the bill prevent women from obtaining a health plan that includes abortion coverage?
Absolutely not. That is their choice. They would acquire that using their own funds or a separate coverage for abortion if they chose to do so.
Chairman could yield to further clarify. We do have language, Section 304, that makes very clear that if she buys or they buy a plan that explicitly includes abortion, it has to be paid for exclusively with non-federal funds.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that I support this legislation. I think Chairman Goodlatte is absolutely right, and I think what Mr. Smith is doing to bring this bill forward in terms of codifying what has been done on a year-to-year basis is very important. We're doing something that the majority of the American people want to see done. They do not want to see hardworking taxpayer money being spent on abortions. And I think it is the right thing to do, and I support your efforts and appreciate the work that you've done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to ask unanimous consent for the statement of administration policy. I'd like to read it and have it inserted
Without
into
objection.
the record. The administration strongly opposes H.R. 7. The legislation would intrude on women's reproductive freedom and access to health care, would increase the financial burden on many Americans, would unnecessarily restrict the private insurance choices that consumers have today, and restrict the District of Columbia's use of its local funds, which undermines home rule. Longstanding federal policy prohibits the use of federal funds for abortions, except in cases of rape or incest, or when the life of the woman would be endangered. The prohibition is maintained in the Affordable Care Act and reinforced through the President's Executive Order 13535. H.R. 7 would go well beyond these safeguards by interfering with consumers' private health care choices. The administration strongly opposes legislation that unnecessarily restricts women's reproductive freedoms and consumers' private insurance options. If the President were presented with H.R. 7, his senior advisors would recommend that he veto the bill. But the President's not going to be confronted with H.R. 7, and we all know that. And once again, the Rules Committee has come together on a piece of work that we know is going absolutely nowhere, on a measure that is so misleading by the title. No taxpayer funding is used in abortions. And you admitted that yourself. And as you said, it's 35 years, I believe, Mr. Goodlatte, right? So what you're doing is not worrying about taxpayers' money. You don't want people to spend their private money on something that is constitutionally protected. Now, Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't have brought this up, but you mentioned your district in Texas. And the country just witnessed the spectacle of that poor family in Texas, the woman who was dead, judged to be dead, who had been, probably when she was found on the floor of her kitchen, had not been breathing for some time, understanding that that fetus, the oxygen to its brain would have been cut off. The fetus was said to be non-viable. And the parents of the girl, the young woman involved, and her husband all said she would not want to be kept alive artificially. The fetus was young enough that she could have legally, constitutionally, have had the abortion. But the state of Texas said no. And what kind of money, now I would like to have your answer on this, who's going to pay for that? That's more than a 2-month hospital bill. surely to goodness you would not expect that the parents would have to pay, or the husband of that woman. So I would assume that's going to be taxpayers' money, wouldn't you? What do you think, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I appreciate the gentlewoman asking me the question. I assume it will not be federal dollars.
Well, who would you recommend would pay it?
I assume it would
But this
not.
is so important.
Well,
it's so important to decide who pays for an abortion that if the state of Texas wanted to do that, the state of Texas, in their legislation, should have made it clear who would bear that expense.
well, I'll be very pleased. To answer the question, I don't know. But I'll be very pleased that the gentlewoman asked a question. I'll be glad to look into it.
This whole idea
Thank
that, that we are trying to stop federal money going into abortions is absolutely ridiculous. Now, this bill did have a measure in there, and I'd love to know whose idea it was, that the IRS would have to audit women who had had abortions to make sure that they really had, and to interview them about that. And the same people who not long ago said the last thing in the world they wanted from the Affordable Health Care Act was the IRS going through their medical records. And then they turn around on an issue like this. This doesn't make any sense. What you've done before doesn't make any sense. 70% of people in a new Pew poll said, for heaven's sakes, leave Roe v. Wade alone. But you just can't do it. Now, I was really stunned in reading the clippings from this whole issue that there are still people on Judiciary Committee that believe that there is no pregnancy evolving from rape. We surely are not going to be treated to that spectacle again. And I understand also that one of the reasons for this bill is it would ease unemployment. I don't really follow that reasoning. I would assume that maybe you think more people would be employed in child care, but none of you would spend a dime on that. So that can't possibly be what you're talking about, because it's very difficult for us to try to get pre-K money or anything else in here. So let me just end up with this. I'm sorry we're going through all this, and I'm certainly sorry I am, because I'm going to be on the floor with it tomorrow. But we know that this is not going anywhere. It's the 100th closed rules, I said before, where no amendments are going to be allowed. So all of you come up here with amendments, forget about it. This will be done tomorrow. And that will be the end of it, because the Senate is not going to take that up. Once again, we have wasted. I keep reminding myself all the time we had those 47 votes to kill the health care bill. That it cost us $24 million a week to run the House of Representatives. And what do we have to show for it? So flog this horse again if you want to, but once again, it's really difficult to continue to play the part over here that we are seriously taking into this whole idea that there is something to be achieved here. There is not. But the one thing that could be achieved here, and I'm glad Mr. Nadler brought it up, is what we could be opening up, the Pandora's box that we could on what is allowed to tax deductions and tax relief. So let me, I'm just wait till tomorrow and play this game once again.
Gentlewoman from New York yields back her time. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Chairman Cole's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick remarks, and I want to thank my friends for being here. Four of the members actually I like the best, and even when you disagree, it's always a delight to have you here. I am going to disagree with my good friend from New York. One little thing, I do actually think in the last few weeks, just to speak in defense of the Congress, which is not done very often, we did arrive at a very large budget deal between Chairman Ryan and Chairman Murray. We managed to work in a bipartisan fashion to pass an omnibus. Both sides agreed upon. The President supported. I was pretty proud of us for doing that. I know there were different opinions, but I was. And I think we're pretty close to a farm bill, which I suspect will be a bipartisan compromise again. But there are issues like this that are profoundly important, that do divide us, that don't bring us together. But it's important that they be discussed and be debated, and I want to thank my friend, Mr. Smith, in particular, for doing that throughout his career. Been no firmer champion of the right to life and protection for the unborn than him. And again, I cast no aspersions on anybody else's point of view either. It's just that's where my views happen to line up. So I appreciate you being here. I look forward to supporting the legislation. Mr. Chairman, I have no questions.
Mr. Cole yields back his time. Thank you very much, gentleman from Massachusetts. Mr. Governor is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, and while I have great respect for the author of this bill, I have a very different opinion. I'm strongly opposed to this bill. But, clearly there are various opinions here in the House. And I noticed there were 8 amendments that have been brought to the Rules Committee. Ms. Norton, in particular, has, I think, a compelling amendment which would strike the provision that permanently prohibits the District of Columbia government from spending its local funds on abortion services for low-income women, and 2, defines the District of Columbia government as part of the federal government for purposes of abortion. No matter where you are on that issue, and I strongly support Ms. Norton on that because I think it's, I think I not only agree with her on the substance, but also on the rights of the District of Columbia, which I think constantly get trampled on. I would like to think that that my colleagues who are bringing this bill to the floor would support something other than a close rule. I mean, that would allow at least some of the more compelling amendments here. I'm not even saying you have to have all 8 amendments, but it would be helpful as we go to our markup if we get some indication from you that you would welcome at least some debate and some and the ability for members to be able to vote on these amendments. And happy to yield to you if you have any comment. Yeah.
Me. I am of the opinion that this bill is well formed. I will note that the minority, when they were in the majority, brought forward the bill that has generated this legislation, and this bill is an 11-page bill. That bill is a 2,500-page bill. No amendments were allowed in that at all on the House floor. But I do believe that the Rules Committee will come to the right conclusion, and it's not for me to say what that conclusion
and correct me if I'm wrong, when you guys took over control of the House, I remember a speech by Speaker Boehner in which he made it very clear that he was going to operate the House very differently, that there was going to be a more open, transparent process, and that various points of views would be welcome, and they would be debated on the floor and be voted on. And it is clear that this is a controversial bill, and I just think it's kind of unfortunate that my friends aren't, defending the rights of the minority here and saying, you know what, we may disagree, but we ought to have this debate on the floor. But apparently we're not going to get that. If I could just say one other thing, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, mentioned the Farm Bill, and I just want to say something to this committee because I'm not sure what the plans are on the Farm Bill, but this wonderful, transparent process that we're operating under. I happen to be a conferee on the Farm Bill. The conference committee met once to do opening statements, hasn't met since, and apparently it's not going to meet again. So people like me who have a few issues with the Farm Bill are not going to have the opportunity to offer amendments or to try to change anything. In addition to that, Mr. Chairman, I worry that there may be a move to try to attach the Farm Bill rule to this rule, which would even minimize debate even more on the Farm Bill, which no one is going to have read by the time it comes up for the floor. And that's more than an 11-page bill, Mr. Goodlatte. That's as you know, that's a pretty big bill that's going to come out of the sky. We've been promised language as early as 11 this morning, and now we're told maybe 6:30 tonight, maybe later. But I bring this up because I'd like the assurance that we're not going to mix the Farm Bill rule with the abortion rule, which would mean that on a very, very controversial bill, which is the Farm Bill, that each side would be limited to 30 minutes of debate. It's bad.
Gentleman yield.
Yeah, I'm happy to yield to gentlemen.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the gentleman bringing up not only this issue in the committee, but I was aware of the conversations that the gentleman had through and with not only the minority staff, but also the majority staff. And I was not only very aware of your comments, but very sympathetic therein. I've spoken to Mrs. Slaughter as I walked in here. We have what we believe is some understanding about how we're going to move forward. I do not intend to have us be here late at night doing this. I have not received notification as of yet, even though I anticipated it would be as early as 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock, perhaps 6:30. I told Mrs. Slaughter, and she agreed as soon as that decision has been made and the text has been filed, unless she's getting ready to tell me, I see she's looking at her BlackBerry right now, that I will. They evidently reached an agreement, but when the text gets posted, then I promised Mrs. Slaughter that I would approach her. I told her we're not going to do it late tonight, and that's the extent of what we did speak on. But I wanted the gentleman to have.
And I appreciate it. I guess my point would be that I think that the Farm Bill deserves its own separate rule, so that we have an opportunity to have some discussion on a bill that is going to be hundreds of pages long, that no one's going to have had a chance to read, and that it includes some controversial. So my only appeal is that we should have two separate rules.
Gentleman, yield.
I yield.
The gentleman, and thank you very much. The gentleman is aware that we're on a time frame. What would be tomorrow? We have the President of the United States who will be coming to the House of Representatives tomorrow. We will be having guests from all over the world. We're on a time frame there, and then the Republican conference will be doing its conference, and so we have some time frame constraints, just as we will when the Democrat caucus decides that they're going to do what they do. I've tried to address that, and the gentlewoman from New York was most appreciative that we would have a chance to talk about that at the time it arrives.
Right. Well, and I appreciate it. I would just say to the gentleman that if, in fact, we report out a closed rule on this bill that we're talking about right now, which I think we're going to do, that means that it will be a total of 2 hours on this bill, or, I don't know how much time you're going to give the bill, but we should clearly be able to finish this well in time before we need to clear the floor for security for the State of the Union. And an hour on the rule and an hour on the Farm Bill on Wednesday should certainly get you out by noon so you can go to your retreat. So I appreciate the time constraints, but I don't think that they're real in relation to this. And I would just hope that the gentleman would take my views into consideration before we act in this committee. I yield back.
The views are understood and appreciated, and I hope the gentleman will continue to know that I will deal with the ranking member on a straight-up basis on this issue, and I thank both of you very much. Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask my Democratic colleagues, I was not here in 2010 when this legislation, in the 112th, when the Affordable Care Act passed the Congress. I thought I understood you to say, Ms. DeJette, that it was
DeGette.
I'm sorry, Ms. DeGette, that there was a hard-fought compromise to ensure that the subsidy dollars that were going in to some of these health care plans, that those were segregated from the individuals' dollars that were going into those health care plans, so that the individuals' dollars were what we're paying for abortions and the tax credit dollars were not.
That is correct.
But I thought I understood Mr. Nadler to say that never before in American history have we ever worried about how tax credits were being spent, that tax credits were not intended to be part of federal spending, and so that there was no need for us to get involved in concerning ourselves with whether or not the tax credit dollars were going to abortions or not. And because I was not privy to that discussion, I wanted to try to understand what seemed like a difference to me.
I will confess I don't remember the details of the compromise or the discussions 3 years ago. What I'm saying is in this bill, we have, as a result of that compromise, segregation of any premium dollars. Premium dollars are the legislation says that you have to say that that the government isn't giving any money to it. But when you get to the tax credits, I'm not aware beforehand that we don't consider tax credits as government spending, and that's the distinction.
What we're saying is, under the Affordable Care Act, because of this compromise of segregating any premium support that might have gone, there's no taxpayer money paying for abortion services. And I think what Mr. Nadler's saying is The argument, therefore, seems to be that if somebody might get a tax credit, or if there's federal money setting up the exchanges or something like that, then that is being construed by the bill sponsors and supporters as somehow being taxpayer funding of abortion. What we're saying is that is not what the Hyde Amendment says, and it is far, far beyond the Hyde Amendment. But the sponsor's sitting right here. I'd suggest you ask him.
When I first got here in spring of 2011, we had a vote on NPR that I remember. So there would have been an NPR executive who'd said, we don't need the federal funding anyway, and we had a vote on the floor of the House that said, well, fine, if you don't need federal funding, you can't use any federal funding for purchasing programming. And I voted with the two of you all against that amendment because I said that's just ridiculous. If you're going to get federal funding, maybe you're going to spend it on keeping the lights on, or maybe you're going to spend it on programming. But aren't all of these dollars fungible? I mean, but your understanding from that compromise and Affordable Care Act is that somehow these dollars are only purchasing these services and all the federal dollars.
At the time that the Affordable Care Act was passed, that was the argument on your side of the aisle, that these dollars were all fungible, which is why there was this agreement made that the subsidy money would be segregated and it would not pay for the abortion services.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Woodall. First of all, I think it's underappreciated that the Affordable Care Act both appropriates and authorizes, separate from the Department of Health and Human Services appropriations bill. So the Hyde Amendment applies to the HHS bill. It does not apply to Obamacare, first. Secondly, when you talk about tax credits, the Congressional Budget Office counts the cost of tax credits under the ACA as direct spending. And their estimate is that over the next 10 years, till 2023, $796 billion will be paid, and those credits go from the Treasury, goes from the United States government coffers, to the insurer that includes a plan that pays for abortion on demand. There are two parts to the Hyde Amendment, as I said earlier. The first is direct spending for abortion. The other is that we do not provide monies to any insurance plan that includes abortion. I would note parenthetically that in 1983, I offered the amendment, it's known as the Smith Amendment, to the Federal Employees Health Benefits Program. It's in effect today. It was just reauthorized a couple weeks ago. That says not a dime goes to a plan that includes abortion except in cases of rape, incest, and life of the mother. That's been, and OPM administers that. Some 8 million federal employees and their dependents live under those. So all the plans in the open season that until this year, all of us could look at, Care First, Blue Cross Blue Plan, Cross, and all the others, and decide which ones we want to decide on. All of them excluded abortion because the plan excluded abortion. So these credits, $796 billion over 10 years, that is a massive amount of money buying plans that, as we get more information on it, shows a very disturbing trend that more of these plans include abortion than they do not. Like I said, Rhode Island, Connecticut, all the plans are abortion on demand. And our own plan, and I'll repeat this because I think it bears repeating, that all of us we're in, 112 plans, 103 pay for abortion on demand. And has any of your staffs, or you, if you signed up, been told you pay a separate amount, a separate check to this fund? Plus, our 75% employer subsidy is paying for plans that include abortion. Again, it's violative of the Hyde Amendment. We're saying apply the Hyde Amendment faithfully. Two parts, directly and to the plan that includes abortion. That's what we're saying.
We talk a lot about partisanship on the Rules Committee, as you all know. I think it bears saying, and in my 3 years here, I've met a lot of strident partisans here. You are not one of those. You are a strident defender of life, and you reach out to folks on both sides of the aisle to fight for life. And as divisive as this issue is, because we have very different views on life, it is not a partisan issue. It is a moral issue, and I'm grateful to you for the way that you approach it. Given those divisions, Ms. DeGette, I wanted to ask you, because there are so many things that we do disagree about. I hate to add new ones to it. I thought that I heard you say in your testimony that you believed this was a veiled attempt to outlaw private insurance companies from providing certain services. You thought this was a step down the road toward getting that done. Did I understand that correctly?
Let me clarify what I said is if you tell people that they cannot buy insurance plans in the exchanges that cover abortion, then you are in effect stopping insurance plans from offering these services to people who are trying to pay for it with their own private dollars.
But to be clear, Mr. Smith, you're dealing with these issues from a federal perspective. Do you have any intention of offering legislation that prohibits private insurers from
No,
offering?
and to the contrary, Mr. Woodall, in Section 304, here's the plain language of the text. Nothing in this chapter shall be construed to prohibiting any individual, entity, or state or locality from purchasing separate abortion coverage or health benefits coverage that includes abortion, so long as such coverage is paid for entirely using only funds not authorized or appropriated by federal law.
I appreciate that clarification.
With the gentleman,
Mr. Nadler?
the point, of course, is that if a company, let's call it Aetna, just for the sake of it, if Aetna is offering a policy in the Affordable Care Act, and if you purchase that policy, you're paying the entire premium. If your brother purchases that policy, or your sister, but she is or he is of much lower income, he gets a tax credit to help offset the cost of the premium. Many people will get tax credits to help offset the cost of the premium. And if the bill says, as it does, that you cannot offer, that you cannot purchase a plan on the exchange, if part of your premium is being offset to you by a tax credit, then they are going to offer, then they're not going to offer that plan. Even for the people, it becomes not politically, financially prohibitive for the insurance company to offer the plan, even for people who will pay for the premium entirely for themselves. Well, everybody pays the premium entirely for themselves, but who will not get help through a tax credit. So as a practical matter, that will say to all these insurance companies, if you want to offer a plan on the exchange, don't include abortion coverage in it.
That is certainly a cautionary tale about that is certainly a cautionary tale about the impact of having the government involved in these private health plans.
Well, the government certainly ought to be aware of the impacts of what it does. The government certainly ought to be aware of the impact of what it does, and if it does it, not deny the impact. And the impact here is clear and intended.
I appreciate the witness's testimony. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Florida, Judge Hastings recognized.
Thank you very much,
yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman. 1973, the Supreme Court gave us what at the time I thought was an illuminating decision by offering to the American public a clear understanding of a woman's right to choose her health care as it pertains to the subject at hand. Roe versus Wade was forward-leaning, and H.R. 7 is backward-leaning. For a variety of reasons, 41 years later, some choose to continue the divisiveness that the issue at hand causes. More than 6 times in this committee, I've related that when I was in college, 3 women had botched abortions and one with a coat hanger. And those deaths of those 3 college students that I went to school with sear in my memory every time we bring this subject up. For the reason, if in a perfect world for those who would argue that there should be no abortion, then I shudder to think that we would return to the back alley approaches that were used when I was a young man. I was very proud of the Supreme Court. I had been practicing law 10 years at that time. I also, in anticipating a decision, since there's been so much effort over the 41 years to try to turn the clock back, the court likely will address this subject, and I hope that it will be as illuminating and forward-thinking as Roe versus Wade was and is. To my friend from Georgia who seemed to put the question about the fungibility of dollars, a cause that many of us, almost all of us in this room, have supported funds for our only democracy in the Middle East, a country that's extremely advanced and important to all of us, and that is Israel. Israel has laws that allow for a woman to make her medical choices as she sees fit. And I'm curious if my friends on the other side would argue that the dollars that we provide, that we haven't been able to make sure, and I'm sure that we have, as in other areas, we've been able to separate funds and don't find an attenuated connection, as you have in this particular instance. But I would imagine that's the same thing but different, the way my colleagues handle it. Sort of like it's the same thing but different, that it's going to cost poor women more money by leaving in place tax benefits for more affluent women or flexible accounts for more affluent women. The second most disturbing aspect of what we are doing here, and I've heard you often, Chairman Goodlatte, discuss this subject, is somehow or another, and I know that my good friend Eleanor Holmes Norton will be able to protect herself from the standpoint of articulating the point of view of the District of Columbia. But lest she or anybody think that they stand alone, it is just absolutely abhorrent that we continue to manipulate the District of Columbia. If 17 states can come to the conclusion that they want to utilize their dollars as they see fit and provide monies as they see fit, then certainly the taxpayers in this District of Columbia should have that prerogative. And it's foisting upon them unnecessary burdens, and I just, for the life of me, don't understand where we are coming from. I want to end by lifting the last of 4 paragraphs from a group that I don't know any of its members personally or that I know of. They call themselves Third Way. I've read about it. And this particular instance is the Social Policy and Politics Program, and they outline January 14. They don't go into what I still do not understand from a process standpoint, that this bill was introduced in May. It was marked up January the 15th. Now we have 2 bills without any committee or floor process at all, and they are now suddenly a part of H.R. 7, and a bunch of H.R. 7 somehow or another was removed. Well, let me say what Third Way says. Repeated polls have shown that Americans across the political spectrum are looking for Republicans and Democrats in the 113th Congress to work together across party lines and find common ground to create jobs, strengthen our economy, and move our country forward. The No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act would do exactly the opposite. Move our country backwards in an attempt to relitigate an issue that has caused venomous accusations in the last several years. The issue of abortion and health care reform has been settled, and although neither pro-choice nor pro-life activists may have been pleased with the outcome, a compromise was reached and enacted. The language of the current health care law and accompanying executive order make clear that no federal funds will be used to pay for abortion. Members of Congress who want to rewind the conversation and go back to discussing divisive proposals that have already been put to rest, or even present new and more extreme restrictions, risk ignoring the clear wishes of the people they represent. Enough of the culture war and back and forth, and it makes it hard when you put subjects like this before us. It makes it hard for us who are desirous of agreeing on a number of things that could move our country forward or to carry our country backward. I know we all heard or read about Governor Huckabee's unfortunate articulation of issues as it pertains to women. I take note of the fact that the whole Republican membership of the Judiciary Committee is male. And I further state that I think that men ought to butt out of this subject and be about the business of respecting women and their rights with an understanding that they are very capable, especially since women had all of us, of taking care of their ideas with reference to what they should do with their bodies. I hope I've offended somebody because I intended to.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Florida is recognized. Mr. Gentleman does not seek time. Gentleman from Orlando, Florida, Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question regarding the Stupak-Pitts Amendment, which was offered on the House position on Affordable Care Act and was passed by a bipartisan vote. Is this similar to that?
I would say to my friend and colleague, yes, it very closely mirrors it, but it adds a brand new provision. What we have discovered since the insurance plans began being offered on the exchange is that there's a lack of transparency. People cannot find out whether or not the plan includes or excludes abortion. In the Energy and Commerce Committee, one of our colleagues, the chairman, asked the question of Catherine Sebelius for the list. Which plans include abortion on demand? She said, I'll give it to you. A month later, when she came and retestified, she says, just look on the website. I have spent personally 15, 20 hours looking on my staff, 15, 20, 30 hours looking on the websites, going over the plans, calling people, and getting 2, 3, 4 different answers as to what is included or excluded. It ought to be as plain as day when a plan includes abortion and does not. That is not the case. That's why with the effective date because the plans are already contractual, it doesn't go into effect if we get this language passed somehow. It goes into effect January 1st, 2015. But meanwhile, there will be more people who are perusing the websites, trying to find out what their plan offers, who ought to be told in bright neon lights, yes or no. That's not happening. And I defy anyone to spend time on whether it be the DC Link, which is our portal to health care, or in your own state, go onto the exchange and look and look and look, and you will find, I can't find out whether if it's included or excluded. That's why we have the Abortion Insurance Transparency Act included in this, which when introduced had well over 100 co-sponsors.
So what you explained there is when a member of Congress, yourself, went on the exchange, you could not figure out which one. So that's not a credit that we get. Taxpayer dollars move from the Treasury to an insurance company to subsidize based on a guidance document that was issued by us. That guidance document basically said we still would qualify for the subsidized policy that we get, except that it's bought on the exchange. So if you unknowingly or knowingly bought a policy that covered abortions, there's no delineation between the little amount or big amount, however much that is, that would count. You still would get the 75% subsidy, which is paid to the insurance company out of the Treasury for that policy. Is that what you were saying?
That is correct. And again, the Hyde Amendment, I can't stress this enough, has two parts: direct payment for abortion and no money to any insurance plan, whether it be S-CHIP or any of the other plans that include abortion. And unfortunately, these tax credits, which the Congressional Budget Office clearly and unambiguously calls direct spending, and again, the premium assistance credits will cost the federal government over the 10-year period between now and 2023, $796 billion. Taxpayer funds. If they're not taxpayer funds, whose are they? They're coming out of the Treasury to the insurance companies to buy plans that include abortion. And that's the part of the Hyde Amendment when the President says, as he did in his executive order, they're going to follow the Hyde Amendment. Well, frankly, that has not happened because there's two parts to the Hyde Amendment. You can't say, oh, we followed one but not the other, because the insurance plans include abortion on demand. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Webster.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much for that discussion. The chairwoman, the gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my good friend from Foreign Affairs, Mr. Smith, and all of his colleagues who have been steadfast fighters and for their commitment on the right to, on behalf of those who have no voice, the innocent unborn. And thank you for these important steps that you're taking to bring this bill to the House floor. As a grandmother and a devoted human rights activist, I fought tirelessly for the fundamental rights of all individuals, most especially the innocent unborn. The vast majority of Americans can agree that we've got to work to reduce the number of abortions, but few have taken the stands that you have, Mr. Smith and Mr. Goodlatte. In fact, some members of Congress have sought to eliminate the federal protections on the use of taxpayer funds for abortions, both here in the U.S. and abroad. Federal funds should not be used to pay for abortions, and I think that the American people recognize that that's the right position. And your bill would do exactly that. You can complicate it a whole lot, but it's establishing a permanent prohibition on taxpayer subsidies for abortion and abortion coverage. This bill will help save lives. And in addition, thank you for amending the bill to include the Abortion Insurance Full Disclosure Act, a bill of which I'm also a co-sponsor. Americans deserve and expect full, transparent, easy-to-find disclosure from the Obama administration, and I have worked closely with you and other pro-life colleagues in the House and Senate to promote legislation that upholds the sanctity of an innocent human life. And at the beginning of this Congress, I reintroduced a bill that I've been fighting for a few years, the Child Interstate Abortion Notification Act, and it would make it a federal offense to transport a minor across state lines to circumvent the parental notification laws that may be on the books in a particular state. We have 114 of our colleagues who are joining me in this effort, and I hope that we'll be able to pass it. As you know, as a parent, parental consent forms are needed when your child goes to a field trip, to get your ears pierced, to get a tattoo, to go on a field trip anywhere, and to get an aspirin. But obtaining an abortion is an exception to this rule, and as parents, we've got to be involved in so many decisions, difficult decisions that our children make, and parents have a right to know what is going on, especially regarding their health. And this bill will require, my bill will require that in a state without such a parental notification requirement, that abortion providers would then be required to notify the parent. And I think that this would put an end to the abortion clinics and family planning organizations that are exploiting young girls vulnerable girls in a very difficult time of their lives by luring them to recklessly disobey state laws. So I want to thank you for your leadership on this and so many important issues on the pro-life legislation that is being promoted. We had a wonderful march here in D.C. It was amazing to see how many people came out, how many young people were there marching in favor of life. And I wanted to get back to Mrs. Fox's excellent question. We've heard a lot of talk about the abortion itself. Does this bill ban abortion?
Absolutely not. It just bans the complicity of the taxpayer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Sessions, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlewoman for her thoughtful questions that she gave the panel, and thank you very much. The gentleman from Louisville, Texas, Dr. Burgess, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you for having the hearing. I compliment you on the caliber of the witnesses. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else in the committee seek time? I see none. I want to thank all 5 members of this panel, 4 that are remaining, and I want to thank them not only for their professional job that they have done today, but for moving this issue forward in a very professional way, and I want to thank all 4 of you.
Mr. Chairman, I forgot.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Oh, thank you so much. Today is the first day, and I've not even had a chance to say hello. May I highlight 3 wonderful interns who have just joined our office today? Gabriel Jimenez from Venezuela. He's a lawyer, and he's an intern for the Fund for American Studies. Thank you, Gabriel. Marvin Espinoza, also from Venezuela, an FIU grad, and he's an intern from the Institute for World Politics. And Richard Nelson, a Haitian-American young man from my district in Homestead. So thank you to them.
Well, we're delighted that you've joined us today, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. I just want to raise one question briefly, because there is one amendment that's been filed that is different from all the others, different in kind. Everything we've been discussing today is basically dealing with federal funding of abortion in one way or another, or alleged federal funding, is it federal funding, etc. However, the District of Columbia has a specific provision in this bill which makes it unique in that local funds could not be spent for abortion. That's a different discussion. You've heard, I'm sure, the pros and the cons. We've all been through that. But it's a different discussion. It has nothing to do with federal funding for abortion. It has everything to do with whether the federal government will use its power to order the District of Columbia what to do with its local funds. And I submit that's a different issue, and we should not be doing that. And therefore, I hope that if no other amendment is made in order, the amendment to remove that or to change that portion of the bill dealing with the District of Columbia will be considered.
I appreciate the gentleman bringing this up at this time. The panel is now excused.
Thank you.
Panel is now excused. We'll call on the next panel, and I would welcome our delegate from the District of Columbia, the gentlewoman who's been here very patiently, Mrs. Holmes Norton, the gentlewoman from Texas, Mrs. Jackson Lee, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson. Welcome to the Rules Committee. Thank you very much for taking time to be a part of our second panel. Without objection, anything you put in writing, have in writing, will give us an opportunity to not only review that, but have that into the record. I'm delighted that you're here. We would welcome all 3 of you, and at this time I would defer to the gentlewoman from delegate from D.C. for her comments. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to testify this evening, particularly since I was not granted that courtesy by the subcommittee of jurisdiction, by the committee of jurisdiction, even though I'm testifying as to a provision that targets my district and my district alone. It is courtesy that throughout our history has always been granted to members of Congress, even when their districts were not targeted. I want to thank the members who've spoken up eloquently about the interference of this bill with the reproductive choices of American women, and particularly those who've spoken up for the District of Columbia. This bill targets the $6 billion that our local residents and our local businesses raise, money that the federal government has nothing to do with. Funds which traditionally in our country have been particularly hands-off to the federal government. Yet the majority assumed power in this Congress, the 112th Congress, virtually on a platform not only of local control, but of devolving much that had been considered long under the jurisdiction of the federal government back to the states. And through all of this, they have used, if I may use the word advisedly, their bully pulpit to bully the District of Columbia, recognizing that they can, and so they do. Using what is now the fourth bill in 3 years to twice target my district. It targets my district as a district and insults us by having the audacity to say how we should spend money you had nothing to do with. And then, while this bill surely targets women across the United States, it reaches in to target the low-income residents of the District of Columbia. Mind you, there is an annual appropriation rider that keeps the District of Columbia from spending its own local funds on abortions for poor women. Why drill down to try to make this matter a matter of permanent federal law? I do note, and not in passing, that 17 states, recognizing that the Hyde Amendment has long made it impossible to spend federal funds on abortions for poor women, 17 states on their own spend their own funds to empower their women with the same reproductive choice that women who have the funds automatically would have. Among those 17 states are Alaska, Arizona, Montana, not exactly your East Coast progressive states. But those states, at least I think, understand the importance of allowing local people to speak to local issues. The bill ignores the 1973 Home Rule Act. It took the District of Columbia 100 years to get the right to govern itself as a local jurisdiction. Before that, the last time it had had that right, and it had had that right for some years in the 19th century, but the last time that it had fully had that right was when the Republicans, after the Civil War, granted the District of Columbia the right to govern itself, gave the District of Columbia mayor, a city council, and yes, even a delegate to the House of Representatives. It was when Reconstruction ended and the Democrats assumed power that the District of Columbia lost its right to govern itself. Your history, the history of the majority, is deeply rooted in the notion that no local jurisdiction should be deprived of the same equal rights that other jurisdictions have. So the Home Rule Act does not give the district complete and total home rule, but it lays out the exceptions. It enumerates the exceptions. Reproductive choice was not one of those exceptions, and nothing approaching reproductive choice was among those exceptions. H.R. 7 appears to recognize that as a matter of principle, you can't legislate for a local jurisdiction. So it does something that is so torturous that it would be laughable if it weren't so serious. So how does it solve that dilemma? that dilemma of the framers, that dilemma that if you pay taxes, you get to say what's going to do with the money. Well, it simply redefines the District of Columbia. Imagine coming from a jurisdiction that for purposes of other members redefines the District of Columbia as a federal jurisdiction for purposes of abortion. That to allow it to say that it is legislating really for the federal government, because after all, we have redefined who the District of Columbia is. How can you redefine who we are? Who do you think you are? So it says, for example, any facility owned by the United States government, but since they redefined the District of Columbia as the United States government, fiat, by fiat, that means that no facility owned or operated by the District of Columbia may, in fact, offer abortion services. No physician or individual employed. Well, since we've already said that that includes that the District of Columbia is the federal government, we've taken care of that little problem. I don't need to remind, I hope, this committee that the District of Columbia is not a colony of the Congress of the United States, and it does not intend to act like a colony of the United States, to submit simply because some in this Congress wish to treat us as if we were a colony of the United States. We have the authority to govern our own affairs, and above all, we expect the majority to abide by its own principles. The majority spends a great deal of its time in the Congress trying to limit federal power, using every opportunity to devolve federal power back to the states. This bill does just the opposite. It snatches local power from the District of Columbia and absolves it, takes it unto itself. It is the very definition of autocracy. The majority may not want to practice what it preaches, but I intend to remind the majority of what it has preached and to ask you to remember the principles you live by and to apply those principles to each and every jurisdiction and to each and every American, including the District of Columbia, and to approve my amendment that would strike the District of Columbia from H.R. 7. I thank you, Mr. Chairman or Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Delegate Norton. Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee, you're recognized.
I know that this has been a long afternoon, and my appropriate place would have been at the first table, but I apologize for my plane being delayed. So I will try to summarize my remarks as a senior member of the House Judiciary Committee. First of all, to associate myself with the totality of Congresswoman Holmes Norton's remarks, brilliant and certainly powerful, for we thought that we had accomplished home rule decades ago, but it seems that we continue to repeat our efforts of intrusion into the lives of the people of the District of Columbia. As a strong supporter for the voting rights for the District of Columbia, I also support the independence of their ability to use their local funds and to have true, distinct responsibility and governing rights over their own people. I would like also to submit into the record, and I think, Madam Chair, you all have received this, as I begin to talk about the amendment that I am introducing. It now has as co-sponsors Congresswoman Karen Bass, Congresswoman Judy Chu, Congresswoman Susan Dalbaney, and Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, all members of the House Judiciary Committee. As unanimous consent has been placed in the record for them to join and be a co-sponsor on this amendment. Quickly, I want to just answer the discussion that has been prevalent on the question of the tax credit and the idea of federal funds, and simply make a point that I think that it is not firm law, despite what OMB, or the Congressional Budget Office, has indicated about tax credits, that is in fact equal to the concept of appropriations. Tax credits are given by law on the basis of it is tax dollars, one would argue, and one would argue that tax dollars are driven by payments of the American people into the system. If you deny someone the ability to get a tax credit on funds that they have paid, then I question whether or not you have an equal protection of the law, and whether or not there is a disparity with respect to those who have higher wealth capabilities versus those who do not. And I think overall one would raise that question, and just raise the point about the disparity of giving, not giving a tax credit to some and giving it to others. In this instance, you would not get a tax credit or a subsidy because of the income level that you're at, and as far as I'm concerned, you're not protected. That you are, it is in question of whether you're equally protected. But my amendment quickly deals with the question of the devastating damage to the health of the woman with respect to H.R. 7. H.R. 7 provides for an instance of an abortion and question of whether there is death or potential, that you would be saving the life, but not the health of the mother. And I just want to use the example of a young woman like Danielle Deaver, who was 22 weeks pregnant when her water broke. Tests showed that Danielle had suffered a premature rupture of the membranes before the fetus had achieved viability. This condition meant that the fetus likely would be born with a shortening of muscle tissue that results in the inability to move limbs. In addition, Danielle's fetus likely would suffer deformities in the face and head, and the lungs were unlikely to develop beyond the 22-week point. There was less than a 10% chance if born that the baby would be able to breathe on its own, and only 2% chance that the baby would be able to eat on its own, which equals the viability question that Judge Wallace in Texas rendered to allow Ms. Munez just recently to be taken off of life support at the Fort Worth Hospital. A district judge in Texas, a state that has very strong anti-abortion laws, made the determination on the viability of the fetus. And so my amendment, if we were not going to have a closed rule, was to indicate that the health of the mother could be taken into consideration. Let me close by indicating that my amendment reflects the 1978 version of the Hyde Amendment by incorporating an exemption for severe and long-lasting damage to a woman's health in continuing her pregnancy, and that is not included in the underlying bill. Let me also indicate that this amendment is one that reflects, I think, the overall view of Americans. We divide on this question, but I have seen none of my constituents running toward abortion. They want choice with their person of faith that they go to, their physician and their family. So this question that there are massive abortions because people run toward that as a very non-thoughtful act, I think is totally incorrect. And we deny women the right and the family, as was this mourning family in Texas, the Munez family, to make a choice based upon their faith leader, their doctors, and the family. You're doing that by passing this legislation. Finally, as I was coming here to Washington, I read an Associated Press article, ties in somewhat, even though we're not talking about food stamps, of a young woman who was an Army vet, 25 years old, tried to go to school after high school, but did not have the funds, and I think probably entered the United States military. In the course of the time she graduated, and being 25 years old, she got a 3-year-old son, or gave birth to a 3-year-old son, obviously appears to be a single mother. She's now applying for food stamps, which we are looking to cut drastically, trying to survive. The bottom line of what I want to say is that people want their children, they will try to care for their children, and it saddens me that we are dividing along the lines that disallows an individual who probably is not making decisions loosely or without thought to be able to make that very personal decision. The tragedy of all of this is that increasingly more adults are on food stamps, trying to survive, trying to support their families, and we're cutting it. But now we want to take time in this Congress to codify or to make worse what we have been able to operate under in a fair way since the Hyde Amendment was in place. I ask my colleagues to support the amendment supported by all of the Democratic women members of the House Judiciary Committee to allow a health exception for the health of the mother and to avoid devastating health consequences for a mother who has been told by the physician that this would have a deadly, devastating impact on her health. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I urge the committee to make in order my amendment to delay implementation of H.R. 7 until the Attorney General determines how the bill would harm women's access to health benefits coverage. H.R. 7, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, would restrict health care options for women. I'm particularly concerned about how this bill will affect the most vulnerable women in our society. Restricting public funding for abortion hits low-income women the hardest. Laws like H.R. 7 leave low-income women without safe or legal alternatives, whether carrying an unintended pregnancy or to term or seeking a dangerous abortion. The result affects low-income women the most. Madam Chair, this is also coming at a time when we are at a critical juncture in America's economic recovery. America is still digging itself out of a recession. Millions are out of work and are still seeking employment. Nearly a month ago, unemployment benefits lapsed for 1.3 million Americans, Republicans and Democrats. Every week, 70,000 more workers lose their state benefits. We should not be prioritizing bills that limit and restrict a woman's access to the health care services over common sense legislation that would extend long-term unemployment compensation for the long-term unemployed. Instead of focusing on trying to legislate away Roe versus Wade, which was decided 41 years ago, this Congress should focus on the critical issues of the greatest urgency to most Americans at this current time. We should be working together to produce legislation that grows the economy and creates jobs. Indeed, the majority has loudly stated that job creation is a top priority for this Congress. But where I come from, actions speak louder than words. At the beginning of the 113th Congress, the Speaker reserved the first 10 resolution numbers for use by the Republican caucus, HRs 1 through 10. You would think would be the bill numbers assigned to the Speaker's legislative priorities. In keeping with the historic and embarrassingly low legislative production of the first year of the 113th session of Congress, only 3 bills have been introduced within that H.R. 1 through 10 range. That was H.R. 3, the Northern Route Approval Act, which had to do with the Keystone Pipeline, the Koch brothers' Keystone Pipeline. The 5th, H.R. 5, Student Success Act, which actually reduced federal funding to schools. And, of course, last but not least, H.R. 7, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act. Judging by the number assigned to this bill, H.R. 7, it appears that repeal of Roe versus Wade is the top priority for the majority. This bill would do nothing to create a single job. Americans want us to grow the economy and create jobs, not continue to fight the bitter and partisan war on women's rights. Let's focus on getting Americans back to work instead of restricting their health care choices. I ask that this committee allow for an open rule and make this amendment, which would be protective of the rights of women, in order, and I yield back.
From the Democrat side.
No questions. I do want to thank.
Chairwoman's recognized.
this will not be an open rule, you know that. So you're not going to get those minutes, but I appreciate your coming up with them, and they made eminently good sense. And Ms. Norton, I share your pain. Thanks.
No further questions from my friends, the Democrats. Questions from the Republican side of the committee? Thank you very much, all three of you, for being here. I appreciate it. It's always great to see not only my colleagues, but the gentlewoman from Texas who joined you. This now closes the hearing portion of H.R. 7, and the committee will please be advised that we have been advised, and I have spent just a few minutes with the gentlewoman, the ranking member of the committee, to let her know that we've now been advised that the farm bill evidently has been agreed to, and filing will take place shortly. Thus, the committee will now recess for the vote series that is presently on. And during this series, I expect the Ag Committee to file the Farm Bill conference report. I expect then the Rules Committee to reconvene sometime in the 8 o'clock hour or around. And as always, I want to give members as much information and notice as possible. So the committee stands in recess, subject to gentlewoman's recognized.
One question. I know you and I have discussed that, and we don't
Yes,
agree on
ma'am.
this. But if you put these two bills together, given the importance of them, will you double the amount of general debate?
That is a good request from the gentlewoman, and I will consider that request.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Committee will now be recessed, subject to call of the chair. Rules Committee will be in order, and thank you very much for joining us this evening. And I am delighted to announce to the committee that, in fact, we're going to reopen the committee hearing on H.R. 7. We've finished testimony, but we will now have the farm bill that is made available to us. And I want to thank everybody. I believe on both sides of the aisle there's been a lot of work for a number of years on the farm bill, and I'm pleased to say the conference report is a lengthy bipartisan bicameral process. Ultimately, this legislation will save, as I'm told, the taxpayers $23 billion while streamlining many of our nation's agricultural programs to help our government to become more efficient. I want to congratulate Chairman Lucas and also Ranking Member Peterson for their hard work, and I look forward to testimony this evening. And I would call the gentleman, the chairman of the committee, Mr. Lucas, if he would please come to the table at this time. And I don't know what you've got in writing, Mr. Chairman, but that will be entered into the record. I encourage you to feel free to turn on your microphone. And we're delighted that you're here, not only for the hard work that you have done, but for the numerous times that you've been before the committee. You told us that if you stayed after it, you could get it done. I think members of this committee, up to and including at least one member, the gentleman from Massachusetts, sits on your committee and has seen the back and forth on this, and we're delighted that you're here. Chairman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And once again, I appreciate the opportunity to come and visit with the Rules Committee. It has been kind of an arduous little task over the course of approximately 3 years now, all the twists and turns and the challenges we faced. But I would say this, the conference committee report, that I would ask that this committee make in order to come before the entire floor, I sincerely believe is a bipartisan effort. It represents an effort to achieve savings through reform in all areas of the Farm Bill. $23 billion approximately of mandatory savings, not the discretionary money, but the long-term spending issues we address. It makes major changes in all areas. I think under the circumstances, whether it's the 10-state effort at a pilot project on work, or it is doing away with the direct payments, or consolidating the conservation programs to be more efficient in the environment we work in right now, with a lot of very sincere, well-meaning people who have a huge diversity of opinion and perspective. It's nothing short of a miracle that we're at this point. And at least on the House side of the signature page, I expect an overwhelming number of both R's and D's to sign it, and I would hope to be allowed to come to the floor for the entire body to consider that, and simply to thank the committee for the opportunity to be before you again this evening.
Thank you very much. I would like to, if I can, before yielding for questions, yield to the ranking member for any statement that she'd like to make. Gentlewoman's recognized.
I would like to ask unanimous consent.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for reminding me. To insert the Honorable John Conyers, ranking member of the Committee on Judiciary, statement regarding H.R. 7, if I may, please.
Without objection, that'll be into the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for taking time. I know that this is a big task. I also recognize that as a member of Congress, I used to represent a large congressional district that would be considered rural. The men and women who live in rural areas, the men and women who are engaged in agriculture, on the high side, notwithstanding whether it was farming or ranching, whether they were into products or services. It is a very important part of, I believe, the fabric of this country. And I recognize how important farm bills are. Farm bills are important because they're important to people who live there. It's important that we update our policies. It's important that we understand and listen to farm communities. And for years, I've been a fan of yours, at not just withstanding that I'm in a conference with you, but you and I would ride back and forth between Dallas, Texas, and Washington, Reagan on a regular basis. And I would hear you talk about the way of life, what the advantages and sometimes a disadvantage that could come with rain, lack of rain, or other things. And I want you to know that from the very beginning, you have, in my opinion, earned the sportsmanship award for this. I would also like to say the same for your colleague that is not here, my colleague, our colleague, Colin Peterson. Mr. Peterson and I not only are friends, but see each other on a regular basis, and he's expressed his opinion for a number of times to me about what could and should and would be. And I want to say as many nice things about Mr. Peterson in as much as how he's tried to help this farm bill get done. So thank you very much. Mrs. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to add to the accolades that the chairman is getting tonight. I realize this has been one of the biggest challenges any chairman has ever faced, and I want to thank him for his perseverance and for continuing to look for ways to make this bill happen. He and I don't always agree on everything, but I think his heart is absolutely in the right place, and that what he wants to do is to help the agricultural community in our country, as do all of us, I believe. And so I appreciate the dedicated effort he has put into getting this bill to this point. And I yield back.
Joe yields back time. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. We have waited a long time for this, and I certainly look forward to having a chance to look to see what's in it before tomorrow if I can. But we do congratulate you on getting this done.
Thank you.
I would consider that from the two of the women on this committee high praise, Frank. You'll have to get home and find out the rest of it, but at least it comes from high.
I've been on a tear all day, Frank.
High marks up here. We'll see if we can get you out before the tar and feathering
HR7
starts.
really did me in.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you very much. I hope you heard accolades of support from both these people. Mr. Bishop?
Yeah, I'm not going to give you praise. I mean, it's about time you had this thing up here.
Yes, sir.
I do want to ask two specific questions, so these are not gotcha questions. I really don't care what the answer is. Just first of all, the most important one to me is obviously the issue of PILT. PILT is in here, correct?
Correct.
1 year?
Correct.
1 year.
Fully funded for 1 year.
2 years would have been $900 million.
I understand.
Okay. The other is simply what is the status of COOL in this bill?
At the present time, existing federal language is left in place, so there's no change in the COOL statute.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, you have done a great work. I appreciate all the efforts in bringing this bill forward. Thanks. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. It's time. Gentleman of Massachusetts recognized.
Thank the chairman. I want to thank the chairman, Mr. Lucas, for all of his efforts. And I know that he very much wants a farm bill. I do too. And he's worked on this for a long time, and he's had to go through an awful lot to get to this day. But I have to. I'm going to be kind of the one sour note here, I guess, and that is that as much as I have great admiration and affection for you, I do not for the process. I think this was a lousy process. I got on the Agriculture Committee because I care deeply about the issue of hunger, and we've had many debates here in this committee on the issue of SNAP. We had a farm bill where there were no hearings on SNAP in the subcommittee on nutrition, which I chose to get on, or on the full committee. You did allow me some opportunity to try to participate in the markup, which I appreciated. But the bill that eventually passed the House was on nutrition didn't come from our committee. It was actually reported out of this committee. And then I was lucky enough to get on the conference committee, and I thought that would be an opportunity to be able to persuade people that maybe my way was the better way in terms of how to approach SNAP. I thought that there would be a full and open debate. I thought we would have public meetings. I thought we would at least have a meeting to vote on the conference report. And we didn't. We had one meeting, which was the opening meeting. We all got to give opening statements. I thought my opening statement was so impressive that if I had the opportunity to offer amendments, to try to fix some of the harm I think that is going to be done by some of these SNAP cuts, that I might have prevailed. I wanted there to be a White House conference on food and nutrition. I think we ought to have a plan to deal with some of these issues more holistically. But we're not given that opportunity. And so I have to tell you, on a personal level, and I'm not blaming you for this because I know entirely for this because, all the principals agreed, including the Senate Democratic lead on this issue. But on a very personal level, I have to tell you, it is hugely disappointing. I mean, I get it. I'm in the minority. We're not going to win on everything, but to feel like you don't have the opportunity to, even make the case is very, very frustrating. And I know if you had your way in a perfect world, it would be very different. And I know the difficulties you have to deal with in your caucus, and we have difficulties in our caucus too. But some of these issues are profoundly important. And I'm a conferee. I just got this, I don't know, about an hour ago. I don't know what the hell's in this bill, and I can tell you that as fast of a reader as I am, by the time this is considered on the floor, I will still not know what's in this bill, and we will be finding that out in weeks to come. I don't know why we have to do it this week as opposed to next week, unless we're just trying to rush this through so that people don't have a chance to organize against certain things in this bill. But the process is deeply disappointing. And so I would just say one thing to you here. You're here to ask for a rule on this bill. The intention of this committee, from what I understand, is to do something that it doesn't make any sense to me, is to take the Agriculture Conference Report and the H.R. 7, the abortion bill, and put them into one rule, which means that what limited opportunity people may have to be able to voice their concerns about this farm bill gets even diminished more. I don't know who's going to. I don't know who's going to get more speaking time: the people who are against H.R. 7, or pro H.R. 7, or the people, when it comes to the ag bill. But it just kind of compounds, to me, the flawed process. And I understand that tomorrow the president has to give the State of the Union address, but you got to get a closed rule on both these bills. And I understand you're going to a nice, luxurious place for your retreat on Wednesday, and you're taking buses, not planes. I don't think having a separate rule on this so that we can actually talk about these issues is going to be, is going to complicate that. I still think you'd leave at noon. So I would urge you, given the way this process has unfolded, and again, I'm not here to scold you necessarily, because it's not just you on this, but boy, people ought to be given some time to express their views. And Colin Peterson has kept us up to date as things have transpired. But to be honest with you, every time we've had a meeting, the dairy provision has changed. All right, so I'm trying to figure out what finally is in it, and I'm trying to understand all the language on SNAP. My threshold was this, that I would never vote for a farm bill that made hunger worse in America. My interpretation of the cuts makes hunger worse. I just think we ought to have an opportunity for everybody to be able to say their piece, and I hope that that you would be against tying these two bills, the abortion bill and the conference report, together, so that people could have an opportunity to at least have a little bit more time to be able to express themselves. Yeah, happy to.
I share many of my colleagues' frustrations, and I appreciate many of his points. In the part of the process where things were determined by the House Ag Committee, I think we had a very open process. All the amendments in the markup in 2012, and all the amendments in the markup in the bill in 2013, and the 100 amendments we dealt with on the floor of the House in a very open rule. I would just simply say to my colleagues that once we got into this conference mode with the other body, I was obligated not just to operate in the fashion that I think that I've tried to operate in previously, but to operate with the Senate, to operate with respect to the demands of my minority in the House and both the majority and minority in the Senate. It's just been difficult. Is this a perfect document? Well, I don't know that I've ever seen one come across the floor. But I would say this, in good faith, the reform and the savings and the way we went about this, I really think we tried to address all of these issues. The gentleman mentions dairy, and I'll just simply say this in a very honest fashion. If I should expire in the next 3 days, I want a glass of milk carved on my tombstone because it's what killed me. It has been that kind of a challenge. But I sincerely believe, operating under the customs of the House and the Senate in the way that conferences have been traditionally managed, and unfortunately we don't do enough conferences, I think the work product we have here is really quite amazing. It's just really quite amazing.
Well,
it might almost be a miracle, actually, considering the environment.
And again, I respect the gentleman. I don't necessarily share his enthusiasm about from what I've been able to read about the final product. I just want to make the point that as one who was a conferee, I might as well not have been. And I think that goes for every single member of the conference committee, both the majority and on the minority side. And I just think if, as we talk about regular order in the future, I think there ought to be, if we're going to do conference committees, we ought to do them. If we're not going to do them, then we ought not to bother. And just for me, again, I feel very strongly about some of these issues. For me, it just was a very, very disappointing process. And and that's not meant as any disrespect to the gentleman, who I do admire and who I, wish had more control over the process to begin with. But in any event, I hope that we're not going to attach these two bills in one rule so that we have no time to talk about any of the issues in this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. I must note that I do believe that, in fact, the fairness that the gentleman accorded, at least you, and I know he accorded me in his statements, that he feels very strongly, Mr. McGovern has for many years that I've served on this committee, followed a regular process of believing that his words and his actions and his deeds would equal more for people who in this country are without. And I know you do too, but I want to acknowledge that at this time because the gentleman's consistent behavior, and I respect that. That gentleman yields back his time. Let's see, the gentleman from the University of Oklahoma.
Oh, you had it right, from the University of Oklahoma.
I knew that was it.
It's always good to see my friend from the University of Oklahoma State University, I should say. Forgive me for missing part of your opening statement, but I've had the opportunity to watch you through this process. I do have a couple of questions, but before I go into them, I want to tell you how much I appreciate my friend from Massachusetts and some of the things he had to say, and some things you had to say about the process, because I think we all would agree we'd prefer a little bit different process. But as my friend from the University of Oklahoma State University pointed out, we don't live in a perfect world. And let me ask you a couple questions about the bill and then a couple of questions about the alternatives. First, how much money overall from both sides of the equation you're dealing with, from the classic, if you will, farm programs and the classic nutrition programs, do we manage to save compared to what we would have done if we'd been on a normal trajectory?
The total net savings in mandatory money, not discretionary, mandatory money, would be about $23 billion. The ratio would be about $8 billion out of the nutrition program, approximately. The other 15 approximately coming out of conservation, the commodity title, those things.
And how, I know our committee probably knows this, but just for the record, give us an idea of the relative size of those two programs.
Well, the ratio between nutrition and everything else is, using the last couple of years, is about approximately an 80-20 ratio. So about 80% are the nutrition programs, about 20% make up the commodity title, rural development, ag research, crop insurance, all of those things.
So if I do my math right, about 2/3 of your savings are coming out of about 20% of the programs.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think...
And ironically, based on at least farm bills in my tenure here, this is an amazingly balanced one, even at a 15-to-8 ratio.
Oh, no, I think it's an extraordinary achievement. But I think it's worth noting the gentleman who represents one of the the great rural districts in the country and one of the great farming districts in the country. It was, in effect, the interest in your area that took the biggest hit in terms of the savings.
I'll probably hear about that soon, but yes.
Yeah, I'm sure you will hear about it. I'm sure I'll hear about it too. Why didn't you stop Lucas from doing that? But I just think that says a lot about your leadership and your desire to get to a point. And to my friend from Massachusetts, again, not critically at all. I think that's worth noting that our mutual friend here, took a leadership role in making tough decisions in the constituencies that are very important to him and to the benefit of constituencies that we all have to some degree, but probably, politically, that's a much tougher position for you to be in. How you've done this over the last 2 years, I will never know. Because this is a bill that could have gone off the rails several times. You've been assailed from the left and the right. You've had to deal with a chamber that is controlled by Democrats, a chamber that's controlled by Republicans. You've got an administration that obviously has interest in this too, and they're on a different partisan perspective than you have. And so to somehow weave all this together with your colleagues, both in this chamber, your ranking member, and with colleagues where those two roles were reversed in the other chamber, it's just, I think, an exceptional achievement. And I got to tell you, a lot of times along the way, I suspect a lot of people doubted that it could be done. But I think it's actually one of the most masterful compromises that we've seen up here, given the range of competing interests in this bill and the many times that it could have gone off the rails. Nobody else, I think, could have shown the patience and the fortitude that you've shown. Given, and I do think my friend knows agricultural policy in particular better than anybody else in the House, probably knows the nutrition programs at least as well as anybody else in the House. Given that, let me just ask you, it's a subjective, do you think there's any way we could have gotten a better bill than we have right now?
This level of savings by way of reform in the nutrition title was absolutely as far as the Senate and many of my friends could stand. I sincerely believe that by focusing on things like LIHEAP, heat and eat, but leaving the core programs where if you are eligible, you will receive help in place in the nutrition title. By the same token, stepping away from the direct payments in the commodity title, the principle since 1996, by the way, the most WTO compliant, the least trade distorting, the most defendable against our international partners, but politically unacceptable, stepping away from the direct payments and going in essence to an insurance program, whether it's dairy or grain farmers or livestock people dealing with weather, so that you only get help when you have a weather failure or a market failure. There'll be good years when nothing will be paid out in the commodity title. Doing that and at the same time achieving these kind of savings, I repeat, is nothing short of amazing. Now, I know some folks would say, you seem excited, Frank, you got to be moving, you're twitching. Because we are now operating without a farm bill, at some point, someone is going to go to a federal courthouse and sue the Department of Agriculture because the 1949 dairy law is not in place. We will not win that suit. I've said this before. Ask the Secretary of Agriculture about dairy policy. And I say this respectfully, but his eyes dilate because he can't implement the 1949 law. That's why I'm so focused, along with my colleagues on the committee, many of us, most of us, in getting this done. We are exposed policy-wise. We have to fix that problem, and I think we do it in a responsible way. My goodness, when I have one of the most prominent senators from the Northeast sign the conference report, and some of the most knowledgeable House members in California sign the conference report, my goodness, that's both ends of the milk spectrum. This is the best possible policy we can achieve. It moves us away from the old paradigms. It's something I think rural America and folks who need help when dealing with economic challenges across the country can count on. My goodness. When I started this trail, along with all my good friends on the Ag Committee 3 years ago, the assumption was that the environment was so bad that we would never do anything. And we couldn't go back to the 38 and 49 law. We couldn't go back to that stuff. The world has changed since Franklin Roosevelt was president, since Joseph Stalin ran Russia. It's changed. This represents as thoughtful a possible way to address the issues, address them in an equitable fashion across the board. Some of my friends will not be able to sign the conference report. But I think when you see the conference report, you will be amazed at the number of both senators and House members, both Republicans and Democrats, who've signed that. Now, I appreciate their confidence. And I hope with time, and we all get to see what we've done here, that we'll come to understand just how amazing this is. I repeat once again, Tom, it's a miracle. I mean, in the environment we're working in the challenges we've had, no, by the way, there is no supply management in dairy. There is no supply management in dairy. We have crafted a way that gets us away from those programs that were so unacceptable to a majority of our House colleagues. I kid when I say, if I expire in the next 3 days, I want that glass of milk on my tombstone. My goodness, I've never known any subject as hard as dairy policy in this country.
One other question, really more for the record again than any other reason, because I know you would know this. You correct me if I'm wrong. It's my understanding, and look, nobody in this room wants any American any time to go hungry. Nobody wants anybody genuinely in need not to have the things that they need. It's my understanding that when President Bush was president, we roughly doubled the size of the nutrition programs. And it's my understanding since President Obama's been president, we've roughly doubled them again. So whatever cutback there is awfully modest when you measure it against the growth. And indeed, that'll be some of the criticism that you get in some directions. But it suggests to me that you've been very careful. And again, when you look at where most of these cuts fall, the majority of these cuts fall in areas that are fortunately not dealing with people that have a challenge like that. It suggests to me that you've been extremely judicious in trying to make sure that those who need help continue to get help.
You know, Tom, the nature of my district. You know it was the abyss of
I know
the Great
it almost
Depression
as
and the
well as
Dust
you
Bowl.
do, Chairman.
I know you do. But I was raised by the people who are young men and women, who are kids in that, who suffered through that. I know that I cannot do anything about Mother Nature. Mother Nature is going to do what Mother Nature chooses to. But I can work hard to avoid the economic policies on the federal government level that exacerbate the problems of weather. My home county had 14, and I know you've all listened to me say this many times before. My home county had 14,000 people in 1930. We have now made it back to almost 3,000 people at the present day. I do not want anyone in this country to go through what my relatives, my neighbors, my constituents who are alive went through in the Great Depression. I am sensitive about all these issues. I want good policy. I want to make sure that we don't make the mistakes of the past. This bill is crafted in a way, whether it's the nutrition side or the farm bill, the commodity side, the crop insurance issues, to try to avoid that. I sincerely say to all of you, I care about my neighbors back home. I listened very attentively to the people who were young men and women in the worst of that experience. I listened very attentively to my parents who started to school in 37. I'm not going to be a part of making the mistakes that created that situation again. This farm bill is crafted in a bipartisan way to avoid those mistakes. It will move rural America and production agriculture forward. And remember, who's ultimately the beneficiary of that? Every consumer in this country and around the planet. High quality, affordable food and fiber to meet their needs, even in times of bad weather, even in times of bad economic circumstance. I just repeat one more time, I believe this meets the test of avoiding the 1930s all over again.
Well, of course, you've been in this chamber for 20 years, effectively in May. And but I've had the good fortune of knowing you, with all due respect to my colleagues, a lot longer than anybody in this chamber. We've been friends for now 34 years. And I have to tell you, you talk a lot about the miracle of it coming together. My experience is that miracles need miracle workers. And Chairman, I think you've done a miracle job. I know the obstacles you faced, frankly, in my own conference, in our own conference. And to my friends on the other side that have concerns, I know they're aware of that too. I've watched my friend deal with those things and bring people along I didn't think could be brought along. And at the same time, I think you've delivered a really good product, obviously, for rural America and agricultural America. And that's important to all of America, because I think, as you point out, we pay less for our food as a percentage of our personal income than anybody else on the planet. And we produce food for a lot more people than we used to, not just here, but all over the world. And high quality, incredibly reasonable price. And guess what they get to do with that disposable income? They spend it on something else, on products that people in other parts of the country produce. And that lets them do that and live at a higher standards than their parents and their grandparents did. So I want to thank my friend. This has been an extraordinarily challenging exercise, and it took somebody with your patience and your knowledge and your skill, and frankly, your willingness to bring all the different parties together and all the different interests together and find common ground. And I tell you, in this body, as polarized as we've been, I see little outbreaks of hope. I see the Ryan Murray agreement. I see the omnibus. But I see this as even more complex than either of those two, because it's concrete, granular legislation that really affects every American at the most basic level, and you've somehow managed to forge a common agreement. I give a lot of praise to your ranking member, Mr. Peterson,
Absolutely.
A lot of praise to your negotiating counterpart, Senator Stabenow, certainly a lot of praise to Senator Cochran as well. Somehow you guys have put it together. Now, yeah, would everybody here have liked to have their fingerprints on it more? Yeah, but I don't think we'd have gotten a product if you hadn't gotten it done the way you did. So I just want to end by thanking you for what you've done. It's an achievement. Strangely enough, we'll have a lot more press and a lot more focus on issues that are more controversial and less consequential than this one. And you've brought us a bill of major proportions, $1 trillion bill over multiple years, in a bipartisan manner that I suspect when we get it on the floor will pass. And guess what? A bipartisan fashion will go over to the United States Senate, which has been, if anything, more bitterly divided than we've been here in recent months. It'll pass in a bipartisan fashion over there. And the President of the United States, my guess is, if we can put it on his desk, will be happy to sign it. And unfortunately, my good friend will be damned from both sides of the people that vote against it. But I couldn't respect you more, being more in awe of the achievement, and be prouder of you as a friend than I am in what you've done here. I think this is really a first-class piece of craftsmanship in a difficult circumstance. So just thank you for what you've done. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman, Florida Judge Hayes is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. McGovern asked that I yield to him before proceeding, and I'll yield to Mr.
No, and I just want to respond to my friend, Mr. Cole. I'm glad he had a chance to read this conference report, and I feel reassured by all of his good words. But I do want to say one thing, and I do agree that Frank Lucas is a quality, first-class chairman, I really have enjoyed serving with him. But when the gentleman says that, President Bush increased SNAP funding and then President Obama did, that, this is just all going up and up, it leaves the implication that they're just doing it to expand the program. They were doing it, both President Bush and President Obama, because the economy was lousy. And more people fell into very vulnerable situations. CBO tells us that they're predicting that the spending on SNAP is going to go down because the economy is slowly beginning to recover. But that's the reason why they did it. And just so that everybody is clear about this, on November 1st, the recovery monies ran out. And so everybody, all 47 million people who are on SNAP all got a cut, every one of them. And I know we talked about trying to address that at some point because everybody got a cut. People, if you go home to your food banks, people will ask you, why did you cut my benefit? Food prices haven't gone down. Even with the benefit I had, I was still at food banks. They all got a cut. This additional cut, so the average family of three got a cut about $30 a month. That's a lot of money when you're poor. This provision for those families that are impacted, families of three, who are on this Heat Need program, which we can argue whether it's a loophole or not, but this cut will mean that that family of three would receive an additional $90 a month cut. 90 plus, plus the $30 that were cut is $120 a month. And so I guess, the question we all have to ask each other is, as we're trying to say, well, this doesn't sound as bad as it could have, is what do you tell those families? You read the New York Times last week, food banks are saying we can't handle what we have. So what do you tell those families? And that's kind of my disappointment about all of this. I'm not blaming anybody.
Gentlemen, just yield so I can respond, and just very briefly, because if I left a misimpression, I didn't mean to. All I'm saying is that I think the gentleman in front of us, given all the different forces at play and all the push, has done as good as anybody can do. And I don't imply that people that are taking food stamps don't need them. And if I left that impression, I apologize to my friend.
I appreciate the gentleman.
Not my purpose. My purpose is to say that most of these cuts have not come from that area. We do have a multi-billion-dollar deficit, and my friend has done, my friend at the table has done what very few of the rest of us have been able to do, and that's actually bring everybody together and produce, I think, a genuinely bipartisan product that'll pass. So if I somehow left a different impression than that, I apologize to my friend from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly want to thank the Chairman of the Agriculture Committee and all of its members of both House and Senate. But I do have just a couple of questions, and I'm not saying this facetiously. I just turned to the summary, and I saw Latin animals here that I really don't understand. And I guess it's under the heading of Subtitle C, Agriculture, Research, Extension, and Education Reform Act. I'm really asking for information. What in the world is Fusarium graminearum?
I must confess to my good colleague, I cannot give him an accurate answer.
This was not intended as gotcha. I know the rest of these people up here don't know.
It's the Senate.
Yeah. Well, it is the Senate's version, but there's $7,500,000 in it, and it's ironic.
Fusarium wilt, is a fungus.
It's a fungus.
Oh, that's right. I apologize for not responding quicker.
I didn't ask it. I really asked for information because I didn't know what it was. But I suspect that just like that are going to be a substantial number of things that over the course of the next month or two, many of us that are going forward tonight will learn about it. And I suspect you and Senator Stabenow will learn some things as well. And I say that for the reason that the incredible young people that work with us that develop this language every now and again take prerogatives that are beyond members, and a lot of members don't like to admit that. Mr. Lucas, let me thank you first for the inclusion of insect and disease infestation matters, specialty crop matters, the amount of money and research. I certainly wish it could have been more, and also some of the measures dealing with rural development. There are about 25 of us in Congress that represent rural and urban areas. Those are not easy districts when voting time comes. and this is one of the more difficult votes that some of us will be casting. But I do make an argument about the process, echoing the sentiments of my good friend, Mr. McGovern, and that's through no fault of yours, Mr. Chairman, but somehow or another, marrying this to H.R. 7 stinks, and I don't think it's the right thing for us to do. I've been here in good times and in bad from the standpoint of being in the majority and the minority, as have several of us, and I do know that something that is this important is deserving of a great deal more consideration than hurry-up consideration. Now, I understand, and this has been going on 3 years. I've talked with you a lot along the way, and certainly understand that. Now, I'm just going to ask you one question, Mr. Chairman, and I've raised this issue with you, and that is, do you feel that America, I won't even bother to talk about the rest of the world, has a pollinator problem with pollinators dying in this country?
I think that's an issue that is of legitimate concern. I think that's an issue that has to be addressed. I believe in all fairness that it has not received quite as much attention, perhaps in some quadrants, as the citrus issues that we do take care of in the bill.
And I'm appreciative of that.
But at this point in time, that's the best way that I can answer that.
I appreciate that. I grew up with citrus greening, so I know a little bit about that. I'm mindful of the various insects that have invaded us, the Asian crowd. I came from farm territory just like you did. Picked beans, stripped celery, cut chicory, all of those kinds of things, and I've seen those issues. But I also have been stung by yellow jackets and bumblebees. And I know just from general observation that there are not as many of them in the general area where I live. And at the very same time, you see many stories, particularly the TV people, they come out when the bees have gone into somebody's house and they get the persons. But I am here to tell you that it would not cause me not to vote for the bill, but I'm terribly disappointed that the limited language that I requested was stripped from the bill, and I don't like that. I don't think I was asking for anything of major consequence, and I was trying to dramatize, and will continue to do so, that this nation, indeed this world, has a pollinator problem. And how I'm fond of putting it is, if you don't have no bees, you ain't going to have no food. Now, we may come up with some research in oceanography and get us some protein from a lot of places, but I would hope after this measure is passed, and I believe it will, that after it's passed, that I can get your help and other members of the Agriculture Committee and your staff and my staff to at least begin to have an ample discussion about something that is critically a problem in this country that is ignored in this matter right here, right now. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hastings, would you yield for just a second? So
yes.
what was the first question you asked? What was the word you got?
Fusarium germinarium.
And so Ms. Slaughter said that was a fungus. So when Mr. McGovern said it was the Senate, he was accurate.
Yes. Yes.
Just wondering.
There is a fungus among us.
The gentleman yields back his time, and I thank the gentleman for his comments also. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Woodall, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had two brief questions, Mr. Chairman. We talk a lot about mandatory spending, and because it's harder to get to and generally grows over time. $23 billion is the 10-year window number. What happens outside of the 10-year window? Any of these savings continue to grow outside of that window?
Well, absolutely. Anytime you change the trajectory of a mandatory program, the long-term impact grows only more dramatic. For our scoring purposes, CBO only works out to 10 years. It's a 5-year bill, so we're focused on that short period of time. But yes, it changes dramatically the long-term exposure of the Treasury and the taxpayer. in a positive way.
Now, I ask in the context of right now, we're supposed to be under 1949 law. 5 years from now, if we don't have the same miracle worker combination that Mr. Cole described, do we go back to 1949?
Absolutely.
Yet again?
The House language that left would have made this farm bill permanent law. But the United States Senate was opposed to that. All the people who walk up and down the hallways in this building were opposed to that. A number of my colleagues in the minority on the Ag Committee were opposed to that. I found myself on an island all alone trying to advocate that this be made permanent law. Now, I would not cast aspersions on anyone, but I would just simply say, if this language is successful and works, it might have been some time before we needed a major rewrite of a farm bill. But with the 38 and 49 law in place, and this being temporary law, there'll be a need for another bill in 5 years, won't there?
Indeed.
I tried.
And if the answer is you can't put words in your colleague from Minnesota's mouth, that's certainly a legitimate question. But last time you were here, the two of you were, that's not true, 2 times ago when you were here, the two of you were sitting there together.
I spent a lot of quality time with
you
folks, yes, lately.
And Mr. Peterson said, you know, had the roles been reversed, had I been the chairman of this committee, I would have brought forth substantially the very same bill that Chairman Lucas is bringing forth today. If he were with us tonight, would that still be the sentiment that?
Absolutely. And I cannot myself put words in my ranking member's mouth. And remember, I served for 2 years as his ranking member when he was chairman before the role reversal. But I would simply say, and I think Colin's been quoted in various media sources, this is perhaps not a perfect bill. He might have made a few more differences, but he signed the conference committee report, as I understand. Well, I know he signed the conference report and has indicated in the public press, as privately to me also, that he'll vote for it. I think that sums it up.
That is quite the testimony. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Florida is recognized. Gentleman has no question. Gentleman from Orlando, Florida is recognized. Gentleman yields back his time. Gentlewoman from Florida, Chairwoman, is recognized. Gentleman from Texas, Louisville, Texas, recognized. I see no further questions at this time. Congratulations.
Thank you all very
Job well
much.
done, and we'll see you tomorrow. I now recognize that we have 2 other members who are here, 2 senior members of this body, and I would welcome them at this time. Gentleman, Mr. Levin is recognized. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Van Hollen is recognized. And we're delighted that both of you are here without objection. Anything you have in writing will be entered in the record. And, Mr. Chairman, we're delighted you're here, and the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for having us once again. It was about a month ago that Mr. Van Hollen and I came here asking that you allow a vote on a proposal to extend unemployment insurance using provisions from the agricultural bill. You did not allow that to be brought up. Since then, that was in December, I think, a week before the unemployment insurance, federal employment was going to expire. At that point, there was 1,300,000 people who were going to lose their entire unemployment, their entire. Since then, the 1.3 has grown to about 1.6 million people. Every week, the number of people who lose their entire unemployment insurance increases by 70,000 plus every week. So we're here today to ask you in the rule to allow us to bring up a bill, if the Farm Bill passes, to use the provisions in the Farm Bill that relate to other than the SNAP programs. We don't yet have the exact estimate, the exact figure, but as you discussed here, it's a majority of the savings, other than the SNAP savings. So we've discussed this before, so let me just say briefly, and Mr. Van Hollen will add to it. The unemployment insurance lifted in 2012 2.5 million people out of poverty. Since 2008, the unemployment insurance has lifted over 11 million people out of poverty. The failure to extend this program, 100% federally funded, essentially is going to sink more and more people into poverty. The reason to extend it is for the long-term unemployed, there is a higher percentage of them in the unemployed than has been true since the recession, since the Depression. The last report showed that about 38% of the unemployed have been long-term unemployed. And those are the people eligible for the federal program. So one way or another, this institution has to step up to the plate. The average length of benefits today is about 54 weeks. Some have referred to 99. The average is 54, and there's no longer any 99 weeks of duration. Let me just close with what is public opinion. But we're here today not only because public opinion is on the side of extending, but I think it is the moral thing to do. When Walmart came to D.C. some weeks ago, they had 600 positions. 23,000 people applied for those 600 positions. 23,000. When a dairy opened up or reopened up in Hagerstown, Maryland, they had a handful of positions. 1,600 people applied for that handful of positions. So public opinion overwhelmingly shows that we should act. 2/3 essentially say, extend this program. So there's public opinion. I think it's the moral thing to do. And I close with this. It's also economically the wise thing to do, because people who receive the unemployment compensation spend it. And all the estimates from CBO and otherwise indicate that if you let us vote, let us in this rule have a provision that a bill can be brought up to extend the benefits, to extend this program to the extent that there are savings other than the SNAP. I think you will be doing what is correct in terms of our national economy and correct in terms of the plight of people. I met with 25 people last week in Southeast Michigan. They came from all walks of life, all walks of life. White collar, blue collar, men, women, more older than younger, because the statistics show that it's people 40, 50, 60 who are having more trouble finding employment. So we're back here again. A month ago, you did not go along with this. We hope you will today. Thank you for hearing us.
Ms. Levin, thank you very much. I also want to recognize a very dear friend of mine, a man who comes to the Rules Committee on a regular basis.
We try to avoid it, but you just compel us to come forward, Mr. Chairman.
With the greatest of admiration, the gentleman knows this, that is my mother's favorite member of Congress. So with great respect, we would ask the gentleman to please know that he's come here for the right reason, and the gentleman is recognized from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you and Ranking Member Slaughter and all the members of the committee. As we all know, and we just heard from the chairman of the Agriculture Committee, the conference report on the Farm Bill was filed at about 2 hours ago. I understand it's over 600 pages long. I dare say, unless you're a super speed reader, nobody on this committee or no one in this Congress, 900 pages long. Unless you're a speed reader, no one in this House, no one in the Senate has really had an opportunity to read this bill. There's obviously a question about why there's a desperate effort to try to bring this up in the next 48 hours rather than give this body an opportunity to look at what's in this bill. But whatever the case may be in terms of timing, members of this body will decide for themselves whether they're going to vote yes or no come Wednesday, if that's when we have this bill. What we're saying is that we think the House of Representatives, members, Republicans and Democrats, should be given an opportunity immediately after passage of the Farm Bill, if it passes, to vote to apply the savings from the cuts to the agriculture subsidies and the savings from the conservation provisions of the bill to extend emergency unemployment insurance compensation for what is now over 1.6 million Americans and growing every week. Folks who lost their jobs through no fault of their own and continue to look for work as a condition of receiving unemployment compensation. Now, as my friend Mr. Levin indicated, we were before this committee before the Christmas break asking that we use some of the savings from cuts to ag subsidies for this purpose. And some folks on the committee pointed out that we didn't have a farm bill at that point in time. And while we knew that there was going to be some agreement on achieving those savings, we didn't know whether they'd actually get there or what it would be. And so people said, well, come up with a way to pay for it. In fact, the Speaker throughout the last several weeks has said, you know, I might be willing to consider extending unemployment insurance, but my goodness, they should come up with a way to pay for it. Well, we had a way to pay for it before December, but we didn't have a final farm bill. Now we do. And the Congressional Budget Office hasn't had a chance to score this yet because it was just filed 2 hours ago. But according to the chairman of the committee, about $15 billion in savings were generated by reducing agriculture subsidies in the conservation title of the bill. That $15 billion would go a long way to helping those 1.6 million plus Americans who are out of work through no fault of their own. And so we've answered the Speaker's question. How do you pay for it? It's paid for through the bill, through the savings in this bill. And all this committee needs to do is give this House an opportunity, if this measure passes, the Farm Bill passes, to apply those savings to make sure we help those struggling families. And by the way, as Mr. Levins pointed out, it not only helps those struggling families, but according to the Congressional Budget Office, helps the whole country by boosting jobs. And their estimate is 200,000 jobs will be lost if we do not take this step that we're proposing. So we would just ask you to let the House work its will, let democracy work its will. We've answered your request that we identify a way to pay for this unemployment insurance. And so now we're just asking you to give every member of this body, and most importantly, to give those 1.6 million plus Americans a vote on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Van Hollen, thank you very much. In respect to the people that you're speaking about, any of us that are lucky enough to have homes to sleep in at night, to have food on our table, should give thanks that we do. There are too many in our country that are without. And I would say, not trying to quote the Speaker at all, but I do know that Republicans have, and I don't want to hold anybody hostage over what I say. That's not what I'm trying to do. But the Speaker has also alluded to jobs are what people need, not just more unemployment compensation. And years ago, when the President and the Democratic Party decided what their economic agenda would be, there were a number of things said at the time. I don't need to repeat those. But I will say that one group of people that are called CEOs of the largest companies in this country came and said, Mr. President, the things that were not in your economic bill are about 82 separate items, and we are large job creators in America. And these CEOs laid out 82 separate individual items. Keystone Pipeline was not one of those. That has now become an issue and has been an issue for about 5 years. Those are jobs also. I understand that's controversial in your party. I get that. What I would say to you as the simple advice that I would give you is, since everyone in this room does care about this, that I would love to see us sit down and find a way to make jobs that an economist could look at and say, those would be paying jobs, and make them work. And I look at policies all around the country on a regular basis. And I look at my home state of Texas. And I look at what the state of Texas has tried to do to make it much easier for jobs, job creation, and sound paying jobs to be available. And I'm not going to point at a best practice and say, do that. What I will say is that CEOs and people, including former high-ranking officials in both the Bush and the Clinton and the Obama administration, have said we must have investment, more investment made in this country, private investment. And if we're going to do something about jobs, I would ask you to join me on my side and you on your side and say, we got to find a way to get this done. So, without being anything other than most sincere, as I want to be, because you and I find common ground. You and I have found common ground by ways of making people successful. The last thing I'll say is, it takes both of us working together. And so, I don't know whether we engage each other in your office one afternoon, my office one afternoon, but I will say to you, Mr. Van Hollen and Mr. Levin, and anybody else that's in this room, I can give you 5 things that could add 100 or 200,000 jobs tomorrow, quickly. And 200,000 jobs would be important. So,
Mr. Chairman, can I just briefly respond to that? Because we have worked on a number of issues where we've
most successful
come together on matters that help people with who are really struggling.
Yes, sir.
And you know as well as I do, everyone on this committee knows that there are deep differences of opinion as to the best way to go about generating additional job creation. The Chamber of Commerce has actually called for a major investment in our national infrastructure, which we support strongly. The President's put that forward. We haven't been able to get it through. There are other proposals. There are other proposals out there. And our point is that while we're debating those issues, we shouldn't let 1.3 million Americans, 1.6 million Americans who are not part of that battle suffer.
Yes, sir.
Because these are people who lost jobs through no fault of their own and who are continuing to look for work. And right now in this economy, you've got 3 people looking for every 1 open job. So yes, we all agree we should do more to create jobs. We've created over 8.2 million over the last 48 months. We need to do better. But in the meantime, right now, we are proposing a very specific way to make sure that over 1.6 million Americans aren't left out in the cold. And we're just asking,
yes, sir.
We're not even asking, we'd love to have a vote on it and everybody to vote for it, but we're not even asking for that. We're just asking that those people have a chance to have a vote in the People's House.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Chairman, could I very briefly?
Gentleman's recognized.
We clearly need to try to work together more effectively to create jobs. But we should not penalize 1,600,000 people, including, I just looked at the chart, 70,000 in Texas who lost their unemployment insurance December 28th, and it's grown since then.
Yes, sir.
Whatever our differences are, don't punish those laid off through no fault of their own who are looking for work. So let's take this need to do better working together, and we have differences of opinion.
Yes, sir.
There's been a major bounce back in terms of jobs, 8 million, but still...
That's not a net.
What?
That is not a net. When you net it out, we have too many people unemployed because of the policies that we're living under, sir.
Okay, but we disagree about that.
No, we don't disagree. We have too many people unemployed.
Okay, we do, so don't punish them.
Well, what I would say is the Republican Party, in great conscience, I will say to you, did not just begin saying we need to create jobs this week. And so we are now trying to say we would like to be a part. And I will tell you, I'll sit down with both of you and do my darndest to say we've got 1.6 million people that are engaged right now in losing their unemployment compensation. So why don't we go find 1.6 million jobs? If we give temporary assistance to 1.6, then Chris, help me create 1.6 million jobs. Now that's a way to deal. That's not an offer on the table. That's a goal that we should have. And I would say to you, we can just go right to the numbers and find out how you create jobs. And there's a lot of economists, maybe none of them went to University of Chicago, but a bunch of them went to Texas A&M and University of Texas, and they are creating jobs in Texas right now. So I would say to you, we talk about netting things out, or at least I do, and we talk about how we get things. I think we ought to go and immediately find that we would add 1.6 million jobs if we're going to go ahead and pay 1.6. So that's the offer I'll make back to you. I'll be glad to work on it myself with you, sir.
Let's do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've
not punished.
Again, we've got lots of proposals.
Wouldn't be my ideas, but they'd be
are
economists' ideas.
right
I'd be
now.
glad to do that.
These are people right now, as you know, who are out of work.
I thought I was going to be here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock a.m. or 9 o'clock a.m. Chris, I'm going to give you a call. Sandy, I'm going to give you a call, and I'll come see you tomorrow.
Okay,
I appreciate you being
give us a vote on extending UI.
Yes, sir. Well, I told you the circumstances under which I think we could work and be good at that, and I appreciate you. Questions, Mr. Bishop? Gentleman's recognized. No questions. Gentlewoman from New York.
I think you two probably should be sainted. I really appreciate the times you've come up and tried to do this. This would be without any new cost. And obviously, we've been talking forever about creating more jobs, and I'm pleased with the 8 million that we have created. But that doesn't speak to 1.6 million people with no money in the house. And the coldest January on record. And my conscience drives me and to say that I think the price will be paid. But the price is obviously going to be paid that will hurt everybody. And you said it, but I think it goes over everybody's head, is that 200,000 more people are going to be unemployed because they're not employed in the grocery stores and the little shops and everything where these people on the unemployment go to spend that money. Now, it's a given. As soon as they get it, it goes out. It goes out in mortgage payments and heating payments. What we're doing here makes absolutely no sense. And it's a little hard to sort of remember that Alice in Wonderland was able to believe 6 impossible things before breakfast. I've not been able to manage that, but I may be on number 4. Thank you for your patience and thank you for trying. Appreciate it very much.
Gentleman yields back time. Gentleman, Oklahoma is recognized. Gentleman has no question. Gentleman of Massachusetts recognized.
No, Mr. Chairman, I want to offer my support for the amendment that the gentleman want to bring. The Speaker asked for a pay for. They found a pay for. Now we keep on moving the bar. Some have said that well this is what the Farm Bill. We shouldn't have unemployment insurance in the Farm Bill, but we're attaching the Farm Bill to a rule on abortion. So I mean, yeah. So this all fits, and I want to thank them for being here, and I support their efforts and hope that we'll be able to get a vote. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back time. Gentleman knows. Does any Democrat judge you seek time? Yes, sir.
And I'll be very brief.
Yes, sir.
And that is, how many jobs do you believe that the Keystone Pipeline would provide?
We believe that the initial, from what I've seen, could be 60 or 70,000 on a regular basis, probably about 1,000. In other words, the building, all the things that have to happen, a good pop in jobs would be done, and then regular, I've seen several thousand. I have no reason to assume, but the jobs go well beyond that, as the gentleman knows.
City manager in Port Arthur, and
yes, sir.
I laughed with him about the fact that it will be a handful of jobs when it's concluded. You know
what the advantage is, if the gentleman yield?
Yeah.
That we use our energy instead of somebody else's. We pay a neighbor. We pay a neighbor. And by the way, they would love for us.
And that's why.
So that's the advantage.
That's why your argument falls of its own weight. Everybody doesn't have oil, and Texas does, and I'm glad it does. But then I see reports, for example, about fracking, and there's one little area in Texas where people are pretty doggone upset about the increase in the number of earthquakes that have come about. So there are a lot of things that we have to consider. Some states are in better shape than others. Some people are in better shape than others. But the 1.6 million people that they're talking about as we speak will be 1.6 plus a handful more this time tomorrow. And then if we continue to delay, it will easily get to 2 million at some point, and we still will not have done either the Keystone Pipeline or the other 4 things that you were talking about. And I've been here long enough that we could have done a whole lot of other things under Republican and Democratic administration. But I kind of tire of you, Mr. Chairman, saying that all of this happened because of Barack Obama. It didn't. It happened over a 40-year period of time, and there were Democrats and Republicans that were presidents and or senators or congresspeople while it happened. And we need to be mindful of that. But in the meantime, we have this immense problem. Yes, Ms. Slaughter.
If you would, I just can't stop thinking here that the 16-day shutdown of this government took $24 billion out of the economy, and nobody regretted it. I mean, and yet we can't feed people unemployment. Never in the history since we have had unemployment insurance have we refused to feed the hungry people in the United States and to help them over their time of need. What's happened to us? What are we really becoming? That we could just suddenly just shut down the whole government on a whim for 16 whole days. It was $24 billion. That's really what the Bible says, straining in a net and swallowing whatever it is.
I was
thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Slaughter. I was talking with Mr. Woodall earlier, and I pointed out as a report today that Macy's was pointing out how well they did in the last quarter. And one thing that they determined most immediately is that they did so well until they've determined added efficiencies, and so they're going to fire 2,500 people. Now, those people go to the head of the line. Obviously, they paid into the system, but we keep talking about this 1.6, Most of those people at one point had jobs, and there are a whole lot of people that don't have jobs. And what we keep talking about is not creating jobs while we're talking. We're graduating children from college that can't get jobs. We're graduating A students from college that can't get jobs. Now, we need to just stop it and get on with the business of trying to take care of this small problem now, large for those who are suffering. I ask you all this all the time. I work with 2 pantries at home. Both of them have seen a decrease in the number of contributors and an increase in the number of people that need. Now, something is going on that causes that, and I believe that we can make a contribution, a fair enough one, and be mindful of that. But this did not happen because of Barack Obama or George Bush. It happened because of globalization and a variety of circumstances attendant thereto. And for your information, all those people that claim that they're investors, they could be investing today if they wanted to, but they invest their money overseas, and then they leave their money overseas, and it's not coming back here. And it's no fault of anybody in this room that people like that are out there, and I'm not going to glorify them. I'm not going to glorify somebody that wound up having to pay billions of dollars to us for fraud and wrong things, and then give that CEO last week a raise. And you tell me that that's fair? How in the hell is that fair when people can't eat? And there are others like him. If you go see this movie, I haven't seen it yet, The Wolf of Wall Street. Wall Street had a hell of a lot of wolves running around, and are still running around howling while people are in the woods and suffering. Somewhere along the line, we need to get real. And this is at least a proposal that we can address that may very well help people. I don't know. As a matter of fact, if I were you all, I wouldn't even come back anymore and even try. Because obviously, if the Republicans determine that they are going to do anything at all about unemployment compensation, then they're going to do it on their own time. And they're not going to do it while we are arguing for it. Rightly, morally, and everybody in here knows that. And just stick around. It'll be your cousin, your sister, your brother, your child who will be unemployed one damn day soon.
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, it was my sister. And Mr. Kahn knows it all. I have his phone number, and I'm calling him tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and so does Mr. Van Hollen, because I got his number too. I'll make myself available. It will be on my time, and I'll tell him what time it is. I'll be glad to meet both of you, and we can start this process, and then maybe somebody will ask in a week or two how'd it go. Because I intend to come with concrete ideas about jobs straight out of what CEOs in this country want to go make more jobs and to grow their employment circumstances. When I worked for the free enterprise system, we prided ourselves on jobs and job creation. That's what makes a company and a community stronger. And if there's one thing I know after 16 years of working in the free enterprise system, I do know how to create jobs. I know what jobs need, and I know what kind of investment it takes. And I'll be very, very pleased to engage that. And I do, as always, respect the gentleman, the judge from Florida, for his courtesy of his words. Gentlemen, is there anyone on the Republican side that would wish to consume time at this point? Seeing none, I want to thank both of you for taking time.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Hollen, I'll call you in the morning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This now closes the hearing on the total H.R. 7 legislation, and the chairman will be in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Utah.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 7 the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary, chair and ranking minority member on the Committee on Ways and Means, and the chair and ranking minority member on the Committee on Energy and Commerce. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee, print 113-33, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. Section 2 of the rule provides for the consideration of the conference report to accompany H.R. 2642, the Federal Agriculture Reform and Risk Management Act of 2013. The rule waives all points of order against the conference report and against its consideration. The rule provides that the conference report shall be considered as read. Finally, the rule provides that the previous question should be considered as ordered without intervention of any motion except 1 hour debate and one motion to recommit, if applicable.
You've now heard the motion from the gentleman from Utah. Is there discussion or amendment to that?
Yes, sir.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
First, I want to get this out of the way. Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the rule to make an order Mr. Levin and Mr. Van Hollen's amendment to call up a bill to extend the emergency unemployment insurance using the savings from the Farm Bill.
Further, you've now heard the amendment from the gentlewoman from New York. Further discussion? The committee has been through a few minutes of us discussing this, and I'll let the committee vote as they will. Those in favor of the Slaughter Amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Noes. Roll call vote.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Ross-Leitonen? No. Ms. Ross-Leitonen? No. Mr. Burgess? No. Mr. Burgess? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter? Aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman? No.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to. Not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion?
Yes.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I'm sure everybody's aware that the entire minority caucus is very much opposed to putting these two bills together because they don't make any sense. But we did request that if you were going to do that, and given the importance certainly of the Farm Bill, that we have more time to debate. And I see we did not achieve that. What we are pretty certain of is that you want to do this on the day of the State of the Union address and all these other things, hoping that nobody will notice, but I think that they will. But at least to try to provide something new, and this is the 100th closed rule. Actually, it would be two bills. Maybe I could call it two rules. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee grant H.R. 7 an open rule so that all members have the opportunity to offer amendments to the bill on the floor. I've already got 16 requests for time.
You've now heard the amendment by the gentlewoman from New York. Further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Noes have it.
Well, roll call, please.
Roll call is requested.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Ross-Leitonen? No. Ms. Ross-Leitonen? No. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter? Aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman? No.
Clerk will report.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to. Not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion? Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have two rules. The first one is I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment by Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton, number 1, which would strike the provision that 1, permanently prohibits the District of Columbia government from spending its local funds on abortion services for low-income women, and 2, defines the District of Columbia government as part of the federal government for purposes of abortion.
You've now heard the amendment from the gentleman from Massachusetts in support of the gentlewoman's amendment. Further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor of the McGovern amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Noes have it.
I ask for a roll call, Mr.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Ross-Leitonen? No. Ms. Ross-Leitonen? No. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings. Aye. Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendments not agreed to. Further amendments,
one-
gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Chairman. One final amendment. I move that I move to make an order, an amendment that would separate H.R. 7 from the Farm Bill into two separate resolutions. And I mentioned this during the previous debate, but here is the Farm Bill that we just got a couple hours ago, over 900 pages. And there's a lot in here that is worth debate. And given the fact that the conference report will be brought to the floor under a closed process with 1 hour debate, there will be very little time for the conferees, never mind other members of the Ag Committee or anybody else, to debate it. At least the rule gives people an opportunity to have some time for discussion. I'd like to think that a bill this big, that nobody has read, that contains a lot of very controversial provisions, and some of these provisions you will learn about in the weeks ahead, deserves a little bit more debate. And so I respectfully request that we separate H.R. 7 from the Farm Bill into two separate resolutions, and I urge the committee to approve it.
You now heard the discussion of the amendment from the gentleman from Massachusetts. I would offer words that I do understand what the gentleman's saying, and it is my hope that by Wednesday, tonight is Monday, that our members will have an understanding not only of both bills, but will have a chance to come down and seek time to be a part of that. And so I would offer a no vote. Further discussion?
Well, I would just say, with all due respect, I don't think anyone's going to have a better understanding of this humongous bill by the time it gets brought up on Wednesday. But that being said, I know I'm going to be outvoted here, so I'm ready to face the consequences.
Appreciate the gentleman. I know that the Republican conference tomorrow, as well as a number of caucuses that are contained within that, are having detailed discussions about that, because we believe that our members understanding what is in the bill and answering all the questions is absolutely essential. And so at least Republicans are going to do their darndest to try and do that.
And if I could just say, I know the Democrats are going to have a caucus tomorrow, but I can guarantee you, no matter how good Colin Peterson is, people aren't going to know what's in this, all that's in this bill.
Yes, sir.
So with that, I would urge a yes vote.
Yes, sir. Gentlemen seeking a vote. Those in favor of the McGovern amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
I ask for a roll call.
Noes have it. Noes have it. Roll call.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent, no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, no. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? No. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendments not agreed to. Not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, the vote will now be on the motion from the gentleman from Utah. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Roll call requested.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox, aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent, aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, aye. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? Aye. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Ms. Slaughter?
No.
Ms. Slaughter, no. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Hastings, no. Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the total.
9 yeas, 3 nays.
The motion is agreed to. Dr. Fox will be representing the majority, the Republican Party, tomorrow.
And I will represent
Mrs. Slaughter on behalf of the Democrats. I do not anticipate we will have further votes on the Rules Committee or any meetings. So I thank everybody for the fun we had today. Committee is now adjourned.